I'm getting too old for this. Well, that's today's stream. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. I will see you tomorrow. Anyway, I don't know what people expect. I mean, I think we all know how I feel about this. It's dumb. I'm sick of it. Although I'll say this is somehow dumber than what they normally do, because what they normally do is like take a pre-existing thing in real life or in Legend and gender bend it, and with no good reason. You know, they don't actually have a good reason for it whatsoever. In this case, they were like, no, we'll have the real life version, and then we'll have the Fate version align with that, and we'll have an official design, and it'll just be an established thing in Fate, and then we're just gonna gender bend it when we add it to the game anyway, because fuck it, who cares? What are they gonna do next? You know, female aggravating, right? Like, what are we doing here? Like, what the... Jesus Christ. Anyway, new event sucks. It's glorified dailies. You get time gated in like 7 seconds. It's actually shockingly bad. NA, take me back. I regret everything. Like literally, you basically start the event. You unlock Bronze Apple free quests, so you should know what that entails. And that's it. And that's all of it. People told me not to skip this part though, so I'll let it play, but not that I give a fuck. Now you jinxed Aggravain. I mean, it can't get any worse, chat. They already ruined Vortigern. You can't take anything away from me, right? It's already gone. Newspaper Jason. By the way, there were no animation updates in this event. So that kind of sucks. I thought they would give an animation update to Caster Liz. Kind of weird they didn't, to be honest. Yeah, at least Zenobia is not a gender bend, and that was, I don't even know that much about her. I know who that is in history. I know she, like, opposed Rome and, lost, but you know, that's the way of it, and that kind of thing, but I don't know that much about her. But hey, not a gender bend, so that's nice. Yeah, there are some good things about this event in terms of like quality of life, kind of. I mean, they didn't fix the UI or any of that stuff. The coin system is still hot garbage. All of that is the same, but they are giving out old craft essences, like all the craft essences from all the old Halloween events you can get in this one. So maybe they'll do like other recap events, and they'll bundle up some of the old CEs again like that. The thing is, they really should make, if they're gonna like just give out old CEs like that, they should make a more permanent solution for it. So anybody that starts playing in the future can at least get those and like hit the ground running. Yeah, Golden Sumo has a chance now. But everyone's hyped for Aerial Drive. But don't sleep on Made in Halloween. Like, it's not something you're going to use for farming or anything. But that CE can be broken sometimes. First off, there are certain boss stages where there's just a healing element, right? Like even Fluffy, right, heals you. The Castoria will heal you every few turns randomly and stuff like that. It affects things like that. And you got the Passionate fight, you get healed every turn. Tiamat, you get healed every turn. There's several, and there's been challenge quests where there's a healing factor, and it boosts that, and it can really break fights because of that. And then you also have units like Nero, Vanilla Nero, who's just got so many heals in her kit, and they're medium-sized, and if you do Made in Halloween, now they're all gigantic, right? And then they can kind of play off each other that way. And it also boosts the heal command code, and it works with the heal boost command code. So you don't really need it on Enkidu because that's overkill at that point, because I think it boosts your healing by like 65% or 70% or some crap like that. That's like way more than Enkidu needs, and he's good enough with just the command code, and sometimes he doesn't even need that. Old craft essence right there. But yeah, it's a useful CE to just keep in mind, right? Every once in a while, it has moments. Oh yeah, it's 80% MLB. That is crazy. So you can get 180% with the command code in it. Oh, is it 75? Well, you know, same, about the same. Are they like auctioning off old craft essences? That seems to be what's happening here. They're in costume and they're using... Are you kidding me? Are they that lazy that, like, so all the because it's Halloween, everyone's in costume and they're using the CE art? Oh my god, that's so fucking lazy. Oh, I'm dying right now. So basically, like, Arash and Ozzy are in costume and they're just using the CE art to demonstrate it. That is so lazy. By the way, we don't actually get any of these costumes, though. Because, you know, imagine getting costumes on Halloween. I cannot believe they're doing this. This is so silly. I think they're doing this to try to hype up that people's desire to get the craft essences. It's like getting a costume, guys, right? Guys, you want like an Aussie costume? Just get the CE. This is sad. We're stooping to new lows here. Motohari can't even get an animation update. Does that emote even need transparency? I don't even... This CE is actually kind of good if you're new to the game. It has been so outclassed by so many other free craft essences. But if you're new and you don't have them, this is still a decent 50% starting NP CE. It's not great because it's like split stats and then it's only NP damage. It doesn't have like Buster up, attack up, anything like that would reply all the time. But I think it's just NP up, 50% starting NP, and then yeah, split stats and like NP up, like 15% NP up or something. It's 20 NP up. At least that's something. But you've got so many CEs that are better than that. Like nobody uses it that has other options. But if you're new, it's fine. Like it's totally fine. It's if you use it, even if you use it against really hard content like Fluffy, I mean, you're not screwed, right? It does what you need a CE like it to do. I'm actually surprised they didn't make that one a costume because it's so popular. Fucking rainbow colors. Cannot believe though they just use craft essences in the story like that. Of course. So you can get the welfare coins in this event, but if you wanted to actually max them, you would still have to get them to bond 15. Which is pretty terrible, but it also means that's probably, like, welfares are about the only thing that are going to get coins from events, I feel like. I don't think they're going to ever really give us coins for other things. Maybe with a few random exceptions. So yeah, coin system sucks. I don't know what else to say. Just is bad. So say, is that why you wanted me to watch that? Was just the fact that they used the craft essences as story sprites? Is that why? I was being optimistic and I thought they were like, you know, auctioning, you know, the CEs in universe or some nonsense, but nope. Well, that was horrific. Okay, Disneyland. Hey, Sir K, thank you for the 5-month resub. By the way, Sir K is probably gonna get gender bit now too, huh? Can't have nice things. They run everything. Dude, I don't have the energy to even go into it, right? It's so fucking stupid. Like, you already established it. Imagine, like, they finally got around to adding Moses, right? Moses has had an official Fate design for years and years. Imagine when they finally add him to FGO. They're like, oh yeah, Genderbend. Just cause. You know, all you guys that liked the design we already put out, fuck them. Like, who cares, right? I'm just skipping now because I don't care. This one does not make sense. That has got to be. Are you fucking kidding me? I cannot believe someone. I knew someone would. By the way, I knew someone would. I saw this coming a mile away because someone does this every time they gender bin something. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what they do, why they do it. They always defend this shit every goddamn time, and they always just fall for the cart before the horse. You know, they don't realize that all of the bullshit logic, all the made-up nonsense, is just an excuse for them to do what they wanted to do in the first place, right? There's no reason you like the event it did not drop out of the heavens, right? The story of the event, what classes are going to be in it, how those characters are written, these things did not just fall out of heaven. They did not spawn into existence. They wrote this, right? You know, they made up all the Elder God horse shit. And they did all that for a reason. You could have just as easily been like, hey, yeah, we're going to add Jacques Demoli from Arcade, because people liked that, and we're just going to put him in the event, and then you just write that, where obviously they didn't do that, right? Like, I remember what's her name, fucking blocked it from my memory, Van Don't, right? I remember people come up with the same thing. Just because they spew some gibberish nonsense trying to justify why Van Gogh is that instead of what it normally is, does not mean it's actually making any sense, right? They just made that chain of thought up to justify it, right? Like that they literally changed the entire event for that, right? Same here, right? They're making the event to justify the bullshit that they want to do, not the other way around. Like, it's basically what they did with Old Man Lee and regular Lee, but so much worse, right? Because Lee's still Lee, right? But it is annoying that, Lee was introduced to the Fate community through Fate Extra as, regular assassin Lee. So that's all he ever was, and that's what people, knew of him. So anyone that was a fan of that, because there are people that played Fate Extra back then, and, FGO didn't exist and all that, like, oh man, this Lee guy's my favorite character, right? There are totally people like that. And then so when FGO decides to add Lee, those people should be happy. And said, oh hey, we're actually changing it. And now he's a Lancer. Oh hey, no, now we're adding the Assassin version, but he looks completely different and now he's an old guy. Not that there's, old Lee's cool and everything, but they're literally never adding the thing that people liked Lee for in the first place, right? That's dumb. And now they're doing that, but like a billion times worse, right? Where they're like, hey, we're just going to completely gender bend the character, change their class, and have them act completely different and have nothing to do with anything that the character was about to begin with. And now you're never getting the regular one, by the way. That music is so loud. I think the arcade design is way better, but I don't care for space lollies. Thanks. FGO has a bad habit of being all like, oh, we're just going to be so wacky and different because it's so original. I'm going to be honest. I bet you if this version of Jacques Demoli did not have tits, nobody would hype this version. I'm straight up. And what's funny is if the other Jacques Demoli, who had like more of that style of a design, more grounded, if that one had tits, that one would be more popular. I guarantee it. If the regular Jacques Demoli had like that exact kind of design, the more grounded design, had tits, super popular, right? Then this one, space male foreigner bullshit, rainbow nonsense, no one really like it. I mean, probably maybe like 3 people that do, right? There's always somebody that likes something, but just 100%. I actually have not been, for once, I'll give my my Discord community something for once, chat. This, so far, now I mean give it a minute, but so far no one's asked me if I'm rolling. So, hey, we got somewhere there. I hope that this one's really obvious though. Okay, let's see. I guess we'll show off some animations for all the new characters now. I made a Liz video, so I would hope I don't have to do this, but they make you use her anyway, so we might as well do it while we're at it. Let's see. We don't have the new Mystic code yet. Alright, this is the Steno account, so everything sucks. I like the regular Joctomole just fine, but I don't know if I would roll just because I don't have that much SQ, and there are so many issues right now with the coin system that rolling for free-to-plays is at a real premium right now, so... I mean, Voyager is foreigner because, you know, fuck you, apparently. Not supposed to be, he's normally Voyager, obviously. I already have Saito, so... And see, what I always see with this kind of stuff, what always happens, and this is why it annoys me, and I think a lot of people are not good at, like, thinking outside of themselves, and so I think this is why this happens a lot. So, for example, what this version of Joctomole is, like the kind of archetype, you know, how the character behaves, talks, looks, you know, that kind of stuff, doesn't have to be Joctomole at all, right? It could be anything. It could be Bob, it could be whatever, right? Same for Van Gogh, right? Van Gogh, you can have that kind of design, that kind of character, same personality, all that stuff, and it doesn't need to be Van Gogh. No one would even care. Everybody that really likes FGO Van Gogh would like it if it was just something else. If it was just an OC like Kiara. I mean, look how fucking popular Kiara is. Like, Jesus Christ, right? Or Chloe or whatever, right? So if Van Gogh was just an original character like that, or actually based on someone that makes literally any degree of sense, she would have just as many fans as she does now, if not more. So there's no reason to, it's just like with Vortigern, right? There was no reason to muddy Vortigern in that. There's no reason to, you know, do that with Van Gogh, because the people that like Van Gogh, they don't like it because of Van Gogh, they like it because they like that design, and so on and so forth. And same thing with this Joctomole thing. And then they always defend it because they like it, and they're not really thinking about, yeah, it really doesn't make any sense though for, like, I could have my cake and eat it too on this one, right? Like, you don't have to, no one has to get screwed over here, right? Like, everybody can get what they want. Unfortunately, that would require, you know, effort on the development side of things, and clearly we can't have that. I mean, the tuna cannon mode is just really good for, like, really wacky UI design. That's what I really like it for. But yeah, we needed this. By the way, this is not DW's fault, and I think most people are aware of that. DW does not have anything to do with the character designs or the character writing. They're not involved in that in the slightest. What I really like is, like, when you have memes evolve, is when people use the tuna can emote for the servant, right? Though from 5.5. I always like when, you know, things like the lines get blurred like that for memes. It gets kind of funny. This is a nice art though. Like, the quality is good, so that's cool. You know, that's just Type Moon, right? That's just typical Type Moon bullshit. Man, they need to buff Rama again, because they did buff him recently, but he needs another one. Nope, shut up, Liz. Go back in your box. You know how you threaten a servant in FGO? The little lock thing, you know, you can lock the servant so you don't accidentally burn them. You just turn that off, right? By the way, we're already at the time gate. That is the first time gate, and here's your event content. There you go, guys. Isn't it great? It's so much fun, guys. It's dailies. Didn't you all want to do dailies to give a bronze apple? Ain't it fun? So yeah, we'll do some of this, and then I'm gonna go play Saber Wars because this event sucks and it's boring, and Saber Wars was actually better, which is a really scaring concept. Let's see, we'll show off Zenobia, why not? She is an archer because fuck it, you know, everything's an archer apparently. Wait, do I have you added Lost on this account? I kind of feel like I don't, because I don't have a lot of people on this account. Being the Stheno account and all that. Oh yeah, we'll do that, say, for sure. We'll do that as soon as we switch over. Yeah, can you give me your digits there, Lost? See, I don't have you, I don't think. I don't think Zenobia, now, to be fair, I haven't actually read that much of the history there, but I don't remember it being that interesting. I don't remember there even being that much history about her in the first place, because it was a long time ago, and, you know, winners write the history and all that. But I don't remember it being anything like they're not like, and that's fine, right? You can still take what's there and expand on it and make an interesting character out of it, of course. But off of like the base concept, I mean, it's kind of just Boudica 2. Like really, it's kind of just Boudica 2. But so yeah, and if anything, I think Boudica is actually more interesting because there is more information about Boudica and whatnot. So, but again, that's fine. They don't. It's okay to take something kind of simple like that. Like I said, at least it makes sense. Like the design makes sense. They didn't gender bend it, right? I'm always like shocked why they always gender bend characters when there's a lot of female figures that they just ignore, right? Like do those first, please. All right, there we go. Look how OP that is. You know, they had all these new characters, and we have all these different events and bosses, and Luvia's just sitting there laughing at it all. Like, she works for almost every boss they've ever made, right? Like, yeah, she may not solo it, she may not be the best DPS option, but she's always a really good DPS option for almost everything they've ever done. It's very silly, and pretty frequently, she is one of the best options. I mean, I like how she's solo Dino Mom, right? And obviously, you know, Ku could solo it and some other units could solo it, but like, you know, a lot of the other summers that could solo it had, you know, lots of survival, or they had an event bonus and things like that, or they interacted with the boss's gimmicks. Where Luvia didn't do any of that, right? And she just blew it up in a couple of turns. Like, okay, well, moving on. All right, let's see if we can actually get Lost to show up here. Not a good start. Yeah, we've even had her kill Avengers, dude. It's ridiculous. Might need Lost to add me still. That might be why I'm not getting them. Well, Otto's got her too. We'll see who's got the bigger one here. So Otto's is 766 NP3. Let's see what Lost has got here. There we go. Okay, no, Lost won that one. Let me guess, Lost, you don't have any lures. I wonder what could possibly have made that happen. I don't think this stage even drops bronze, but whatever. We don't need the stuff really. Watch these mobs not actually kill anything. Actually, there's still an insane amount of Japanese figures they could pull from, because they've ran out of like really big major names, like things like Nobu, but like the side cast of all these other ones, like how you've got Kajima and Nobukatsu and those in Mori, right? Those kind. There's so many of those. Your message made me calculate the ratio of male to female servants this year, 3 to 22. That is so bad. That is so bad. I'm so annoyed, dude. I'm so annoyed. I'm just so sick of it. And what I'm sick of more is the justifications, right? How the player base always tries to justify this, right? It's ridiculous. And it's like, again, you can have Van Gogh and all this stuff without using Van Gogh, right? Everybody that likes Van Gogh and Fate doesn't give a fuck if her name is Van Gogh or Sally or you know, peanut butter jelly, right? It don't fucking matter, right? And I'm tired of them, you know, fucking this shit up just for like, you know, shock value, right? Or it's just it's dumb, and it's need those guys say because everyone could be happy. And yeah, though I'm also just tired of them never adding low stars anymore. And yeah, the waifu spam's getting pretty out of control at this point. It kind of sucks. Yeah, this last couple of years has just been lame. There's no way they're adding both versions. That's not gonna happen. Like, we're not getting regular Van Gogh. But again, there's just no reason. There's no reason for this character to be Jacques Demoli at all. Zero. They just made it up. Yeah, I know back in the day, the ratio between male and female was actually really close. It was about 50-50, and actually sometimes, or in the early days, it actually favored the male characters. But I don't think that's the case anymore. We'll do slow-mo so we can actually see. At least Zenobia's not a gender bend, though, so I don't really have a problem with that one. The design's a bit whack, but whatever. One of her animations, I don't remember which one it is, but one of them is really funny, where she's just like firing the, like, I don't know, the funnels next to her. They're just like spamming lasers. It's kind of funny. These are new type guys. Yeah, I don't really care for any of her stages. They're a bit too chaotic for my taste, but whatever. Yeah, there it is. That's just kind of funny. I don't know why she even bothers walking, but kind of cool sound effects. And Leonidas didn't die. Fantastic. Well, at least we get NP gain. Bertra is like kind of popular, but not super popular. But in her defense, it's like she's never really been featured in a main story or anything, so that normally affects that kind of stuff a lot. She's not unpopular, right? But she's not like super hyped, right? She's kind of just there, if that makes any sense. But I think if she ever got like a real spotlight, like in a main story, and not like as a side thing, but as like a major part of a main story, like a Lost Cult or whatever, I think she'd be a lot more popular. Yeah, no, guy characters sell just fine. I've looked into that data a lot, not just for FGO, but other games. There's really no evidence that male characters don't do well. It's nonsense. And I don't think the creators even think that, right? I think a lot of times the creators just want to make waifus, and it's literally that simple. And I've seen that for some Korean games and stuff. It's just where the artists would rather make waifus. It's like, and so that's just what gets made. It's not really, you know, obviously waifus can sell well too, clearly. And I've definitely noticed this. This is something I've seen pretty clearly with a lot of video games and stuff. This is gonna sound kind of insulting, but it is what it is. Like, this is the observation I have made, that a lot of waifu characters can sell well even if they're extremely two-dimensional and just tits, right? Like, that's it. Where that generally won't happen for male characters. Male characters, they don't necessarily have to be some deep, interesting character, but they have to, like, be badass or something. Like, there has to, they can't just sit there, right? They can't just be an archetype and they just instantly do well, right? They have to have cool animations or, you know, an awesome voice acting or, you know, just like I said, you know, be badass in the story or something like that, you know, or be interesting or be like a really interesting villain or, you know, things like that. Like, male characters normally need more effort put into them for them to do well. When they do put effort into them, though, they generally do insanely well. I mean, look how fucking popular, like, Shiro is, for God's sakes. And things like that, right? So male characters can do just unbelievably well. I mean, like, again, you know, Gilgamesh is one of the most popular fake characters, period. And Oberyn and all that. So it's clearly not an issue, but it does require more effort. If you're going to just kind of phone something in, if you're going to just kind of make something generic and not... then a waifu character is way smarter. But I don't think that's even the reason. I think that's just coincidence. I think that's just the nature of, you know, some of the demographics that play these games and stuff. I think the main reason there's a lot more waifu characters is straight up just the artists would rather do that. I really do. I've seen a lot of evidence to suggest that a lot of the artists just prefer making those kind of characters. And obviously there's exceptions. It's not like it's every artist ever, but alright, here we'll NP just cause. Artificial scarcity makes people roll more. Nah, I don't buy that because you could apply that to waifus. Like that law. Okay, yeah, that would be an okay stage. The bottom half's a little weird. I'm not gonna lie. The bottom half's kind of yikes, but that'd be kind of a cool stage. I don't know how the fuck you would move in it, but it'd be nice to have that as an option anyway. But yeah, artificial scarcity, that doesn't make any sense in this context, right? That doesn't make any sense in this context because that would apply to waifus just as much, right? If you have all this thirst for waifus, if you made them artificially scarce, then you're going to have even more hype when they're like, that doesn't make any sense. And even though FGO is, you know, lately not been doing the best with the male characters, you know, in total, there's been plenty of male characters. And that has not, you know, it's not like, you're gonna tell me people wouldn't like Oberyn as much if there had been like 3 other male characters over the last like 8 months. Like, fuck that. Like, clearly not, right? Clearly not. You got like half the player blaze drooling over there, you know, it's like, I don't really buy that. So something interesting about these characters that I haven't even talked about the toolkits yet, but she's got a team-wide crit resistance buff for the team, so they're less likely to be crit. And you might say, well, you know, why not just do crit down? And sometimes, yeah, sure, but the cool thing about it is if the boss is immune to debuffs or has a lot of magic resist or whatever, it's a way to get crit down in a more reliable way. Now, the boss could have buff block or something like that, and then it's worse, but that's fine, you know, pros and cons to each side. So I actually like these kind of buffs. It's basically the same thing for like 90% of the time, but it's a nice different option depending on circumstance. So I hope they do more stuff like that. I've always kind of wanted them to do more stuff like that. I talked about that, how I wish Morgan had been kind of a debuff mirror to Merlin, because lore-wise that would have actually made sense, but you know, FGO kind of stopped making sense a while ago. I'm not salty, you're salty. That was an interesting sound effect. Alright, I guess I'll do that just to show off different animation. I would have liked a third stage that wasn't necessarily that specifically, right? But something in that style would have been cool. I definitely like her the best though out of the new three, but I'm not really hyped for any of them, which should not shock anyone, but and like, you know what, legit, it doesn't like bother me personally as much, but objectively, I think, I'm not sure, so I really think the Jacques Demoli thing is incredibly stupid, because it's basically, like I said, the Lee or the Vlad thing, but way worse. And I think it's ridiculous, and there's no reason to establish a version of a Fate character and then not add that version. It's just stupid, right? Like, that's absolutely stupid. But something that I think is actually potentially dumber than that is just the fact that we have a Cinderella event and they didn't actually add any characters from Cinderella, but you get Liz Cinderella. Like, what? And I've seen people being like, oh, it's because, you know, it's a fairy tale. They're not real. Because we clearly don't have any servants of things that aren't real, chat. Right? Obviously, all of the servants are real historical figures, right? It's not like even in Fate Stay Night, the oldest story, that there were already fictional characters in there or anything. Like, clearly they haven't done that before, so they couldn't possibly justify putting in things from a fairy tale. That's just crazy. So yeah, the fact that they're doing a Cinderella event and they're not adding, you know, any of the things from that, and you're getting other characters cosplaying as, that's just cheap. I mean, that's just cheap, right? That's just fan service. That's not, you know, there's no artistic integrity there. But I think Fate kind of threw its artistic integrity out the window a long time ago. I mean, it depends on the writer. Like, I think Fate Strange Fake has been doing a good job for the most part. But, I don't know, lately it's been kind of blech, in my opinion, but what are you gonna do? Real human being, yep. Okay, let's see. I kind of just want to go play Saber Wars now, because there's literally nothing to do in this event, and I don't think anybody's got their servants like set up enough where we could like, you know, test like Zenobia against Robin or whatever. I can talk about their toolkits and stuff some. I've been seeing lots of people on the wiki, in my YouTube comments, on Reddit, our Discord. I've seen it everywhere where people are like, Welfare Liz is just like super good. Like, she's just so good. And she's fine. She's completely fine. But she's nothing. I've seen people call her the best Welfare. I've seen people call her the best Liz, like gameplay wise. But she's just nonsense. Like, she's totally fine, right? She's a nice, straightforward. She's got, you know, hard survival. She's got some damage up, not like the most ever, but she's got some damage up, you know, and she's got just a straight battery. You know, so she's, you know, she's good. She's a nice, solid, straightforward. She kill boss, right? So if you like Liz and you want to go kill a caster boss, she's good at that, right? She's fine. So if you want to make her work, no problem. But she's not even remotely broken. She's not the best Liz. I think absolutely Lancer Liz is the best Liz, because she's been buffed so many times that she just has so much value now, and also she doesn't have much competition. Like, that's a big thing for Lancer Liz, is she doesn't really have competition, because all the free-to-play AoE Lancers suck. Right, so if you get Liz, Lancer Liz, it's actually worth something, right? And then she's got the buff removal, and she has 60% damage up for females, which is crazy. Then 40% for anybody. Like, people just ignore that. She's a DPS that has 60% damage up. Like, hello? And then she's got the, you know, buff sex chance down for the enemies, and she's got the, you know, the buff removal and so on and so forth, and upgraded NP. So I think Lancer Liz overall is really good, because she does what her job is really well. Where Rider Liz is totally fine, and, you know, she's just a nice, straightforward, single target nuke smack unit, but her competition is crazy fierce amongst the, you know, her like for like, right? Where your free-to-play units, the other welfares, stuff like that. Because her like direct competition is Ricky Boy, Ushi, and Ryder Kentucky, right? I really stand by this. I think Ushi is absolutely better than Liz. Now, Liz is good enough that I think in most situations that Ushi would work in, Liz would also work in. But I think the reverse is also true, and pretty much everybody already has Ushi. So, like, unless you like Liz, I don't think it really makes any sense to really invest in Ryder Liz. Unless you're like, Ushi is literally my only writer, right? And you want a second one, then it makes sense. Or if you're like, you know, Buster is my favorite thing ever, right? But the thing is, and I know this for a fact because I use budget units so much, people always bring, and it's true that, you know, quick not having good budget supports is annoying. It really is. But the thing is, a lot of the quick units are so good, they win anyways. Guys, nobody seriously uses Gareth over Ku just because there's more Buster support. That's not a thing, right? Like, it's because it's not really that close. And I think it's the same thing with Ushi. Ushi is just so universally good and is so easily obtainable because she's got, not only does she have a bunch of damage up for herself, she gives damage up to the team, and she gives NP gain up to the team, and she has an upgraded NP, and she has a giant fucking crit up, and she has a star, but like, it's just way too many things in one place that she doesn't really need a dedicated quick support. She works fine enough if you're going to use Waver, the friend Scatty, or use Hans, you know, those kinds of things. It's fine. So I like, for example, let's Demeter. Demeter is one of the main reasons you would need a Rider, like a single target Rider. So if someone is stuck on Demeter and they have Ushi, it's not like they're going to switch out Ushi for Liz. Oh, and now it works. That's nonsense. Like, you're lying to yourself if you think that's the case. So if you've already got Ushi, I absolutely do not see the need for Liz unless you like Liz, then by all means, or if you like, that's like the point of the game. Or if you're just straight wanting to do Buster stuff all the time, right? Other than that, you don't really need to level her, right? If you're like, I don't know if I want to level her or not, you don't need like, oh, but she's good, right? It doesn't matter. You've got so many other good Rider options that it's really not a big deal. And that's fine. And thank you, Aura's Veil. Fuck, I remember this name. But I think the way Rider Liz is done is fine. You don't need every new unit to be meta defining. You don't need them to be the best budget Rider in the game to be worth leveling. You can level them just because you like them, or because you want to do Buster stuff, right? Or maybe you don't like Ushi. That's the thing. Maybe you're like, Liz is kind of, you know, middle of the road, but I don't like Ushi at all, and so you can use her instead, right? So it's fine. Like, she is good enough to get the job done. Just like Ricky is good enough to get the job done, and Ushi is good enough to get the job done. And hey, look, it's quick, Buster, and art, so pick your poison, right? So I don't have any issue with the way they designed Liz, but I just think it's silly how many people are acting like this is some like meta-defining welfare. And I see people say, oh, you can't even tell she's a welfare. You can tell she's a welfare. Like, I'm sorry, but when you look, there's a few welfares out there like Shiki and Kentoki that you really can't tell they're a welfare. But like, when you look at Santa, Karna, when you look at Liz and stuff, and then you compare them to the best of like their rarity, they absolutely do not hold up. And I'm not trying to insult Karna here, the best boy and everything, but when you compare Karna to a lot, I mean, just Sitting Master, right? It's just not even close, right? Like, it's not even, I mean, even Bedivere generally outperforms Karna unless you absolutely need hard survival and stuff like that. So, and it's the same for Liz. Like, she's fine, she's absolutely fine. But when you compare her to some of the best 4-star, you know, riders out there, she's clearly not as good, right? Like, obviously not. But she is very good, and again, if you want her to be your, like, you know, go-to rider, it can work. But that's kind of how it should be. Look, I've used level 100 Saber Karna, right? And he's not weak, right? He's not weak, but he's not outstanding either, right? He's just like good enough, right? He's like, yeah, it's solid. You know, he killed Lancer, but he's not, you know, redefining the budget Saber slot or anything. I took that as a personal attack. Let's see. Guess we'll just actually farm this stage. I'll do like the stages once, then I'll probably go to NA. I'm so mad, dude. Hey, Urzer, thank you for the sub. I'm just so annoyed though that this event, this is it. This is the event. This is it. Right here. There you go, guys. Great event. Awesome. No animation updates. You know, nothing like quality of life improvements to the game. It's just dailies. Great. Awesome. You know, and especially when you look at like Saber Wars on NA, which is just way better, right? And then this, it's just like, yeah, I get some bronze apples, okay? Like, it's kind of hard to have fun here. Thanks, game. Let's see. Well, this is the Steno account, so it needs like just bonus CEs. Now, on the positive side, some of the new CEs actually are good, although actually some of them are terrible, but you know, they brought back aerial drive, so if you missed that, that's nice. And then this CE right here is good. It's guts, buster up, and crit up, all attack stat. So it's they did this on purpose, right? And they do this every once in a while. A lot of times the art doesn't really match the effect, or it doesn't match the characters the art is of. But that is not the case here. The effect on this CE is absolutely for the units that are in the picture and units like them, like what's his name, Hijikata, right, stuff like that. It's really good for them. So it's nice when they actually sync that up. But yeah, this is a very good CE right here. If you're, especially for berserkers and those units that like Guts, Gwain, units like that, it's awesome. So if you've missed some of the Gut CEs in the past, this is not only a good alternative, for some of the units, it's actually the best option. So it's pretty nice. Waver solo. I'm sure he could handle it. It's a level 20 stage. I think he got that. Alright, we need Bond on George, Ushi, and I guess Atalante. Not really though, because we're never going to do like the Bond CE buff stacking on this account. It's really just George and Ushi that I need Bond on. I guess kind of Mozart, Gong maybe. Oh, okay, Hans. Yeah, no, Hans is the one. His Bond CE is actually good. And speaking of which, my Hercules account is only 70k away from getting it, so that's kind of nice. Oh boy, I will say though, this event is great for this account because this account has absolutely terrible craft essence options right now. It's very limited. And this giving out a lot of old craft essences that are pretty solid is gonna just completely turn this account around. So it's in great shape. Between the Gut CE and the starting NP and all that stuff, it's gonna help this account a lot. Because like right now, it doesn't even have anything worth equipping half the time that'll like have any effect on what I'm doing. But this account has only ever played one event, so low expectations. Hopefully this event at least has a good challenge quest, but it looks like the event's going to be really easy. All the main story stages are like level 20. The farming is super boring, and there's barely any content behind the time locks. The new command codes aren't too bad though. It's unfortunate though that the anti-female one is a 4-star instead of a 5-star, because the anti-male one is 20% damage, and now the anti-female one is 15% damage. But yeah, there's a Carmella anti-female 15% damage command code. The other one is like tiny heal and then remove a defense buff from the enemy, which that's good. We already have 1 million of those, but they can just keep adding them. It's fine because it just makes sure that new players can have one, and that the defense removal command codes are insanely useful. Now the problem is there's bloat, right? You don't want 1 million craft essences or command codes, clogging up your inventory. That's how to put it. So I would just make a defense removal command code obtainable through mana prisms, and then stop adding them, right? That's probably the better way to do this at this point. But yeah, having another one is good. Defense removal command codes are really good. And then the other one is another Star Bomb one, 3 stars. And then, which if you miss the 4-star one is good to have another option like that. And then it removes an attack buff from the enemy. So that's pretty niche, but just the 3 stars is good, right? So if you missed the Santa Altar one, you can now have the 2-3 ones. So if you have the Santa Altar one, you can have a 4-star bomb and a 3-star bomb. Or if you missed it, now you have 3 and 3, which is pretty good, right? And that's still enough to be helpful. So these command codes are good. They're nothing new. They're nothing like that's going to change anything, right? It's not like the heal boots command code that's like, wow, this really can change things, right? But they're just good and solid and universal. So I hope DW's been putting their effort into something good down the line, because it has been, this last chunk has just been so lame. Like, we've had dead months. Like, what the hell? Yeah, the next event is 5.5 locked, and then after that, they said there's another event that's going to be Lost Belt 6 locked, which is kind of strange. I'm clicking buttons at random over here. Oh yeah, I know they said they were working on PvP. That doesn't mean it's actually going to make it into the game, but we'll see. It's bad either way though, because obviously PvP is a terrible idea for this game, and it's a fundamentally, like, at odds with the game design of this game, like the way the combat system is. But even if they decide against it, it's still a waste of development time and manpower and budget, right? So the damage is done even if they don't add it. So the fact that they decided to put man hours into working on PvP instead of putting man hours into like fixing some of the UI problems or adding story replay or a challenge tower, boss rush mode, main interludes, any of that, right? It's just insulting. It's like the fact, and they even said in the interview that they were aware that most of the player base didn't want PvP. But they're like, yeah, we're doing it anyway. Like, they just straight up said that. Now, the fact that they were so brazen about it makes me actually think that was the lead dev trying to, like, wink to the player base that he doesn't want it either. And he's aware that it's not good, but they're having to do it because of Aniplex. And I really think that's what's happening. I highly suspect Aniplex is like, well, all the other games have PvP. We gotta make that money. So I think that's why. Zenobia's fine. She's not like... I'll bring up her toolkit so I can actually talk about this more in depth. We can do that for each character if we want. Let's see here. So she is single target, right? No, AoE. No, yes, right. She's AoE. She's AoE, does bonus damage to kings. She increases her own attack before damage. Not by very much, but hey, it's something. She gets critical damage like Canis for 3 turns, so that's nice. Actually, her NP is very similar to Canis's, actually, in a lot of ways. If she is fighting king, she'll do really well. The problem is if you're fighting a king, it's probably going to be a single target situation. And then yeah, now your AoE is kind of like doing single target, but because she's an archer and there's so many good archers, you could just use a proper single target archer most likely that might do better. So the niche doesn't matter that much, but it doesn't hurt to have it, and you could just use her in AoE situation, and she's totally fine for that. So she's got 3 turn art up. She gets NP gauge every turn for 3 turns, 20%. That's really good. That's like Pinth, right? You just click the button. Those kind of skills are actually really strong in my opinion. She also makes stars. She has guts for 3 turns. Star absorb, star bomb. No crit up with that, but she doesn't really need it because of the NP. And then she's got charisma for the team, typical 20%, and then the crit resistance buff, so the team is less likely to be crit. So it's essentially a crit down, right? So I think it's good. Totally solid kit. It's not, mind-blowing. I can think of plenty of other archers that are way better, but it's fine, right? You don't need to be meta-defining. If you like her, she'll work. She's good on an art team. She can definitely, do, NPs easily. She's got a multi-hit NP. I think it's 5 hits. She's got the NP every turn. She's got the art up. Like, obviously going to work with Castoria and that kind of thing. Got some team buffs. Doesn't have great survival, but has some survival. And I think some is certainly better than none at all. So yeah, she's just a well-rounded archer. It's literally nothing to write home about. It's just, I think honestly the most noteworthy thing is the crit down, because a lot of crit down that like normal players are gonna have access to is from an NP, where you might want to slow, like there are bosses out there that will just destroy you if they crit, or if they crit the AoE instead of single attacking and things like that. And you might need a couple of turns to get an NP off to do crit down. And having units like her that can just cast a thing, give you crit protection, that kind of holds you over until you get an NP, it's really nice. I actually really enjoy that kind of thing. And I find the units that get 20% NP every turn for 3 turns, those are just great. And they're very budget friendly, right? It's just, you don't have to have Castoria to get the ball rolling and things like that. So I think, honestly, if you're like a newer player and you just get Zenobia, I think she's a great like starting archer, because she's just easy to use, well-rounded, applicable in a lot of situations, doesn't require fancy footwork, but can scale with fancy footwork, right? So she's good. She's totally good. Liz, I kind of already talked about. I mean, I guess I can talk about it more in depth here. Let me bring her up. She's really straightforward, right? She nuke good, got solid survival, gets free NP rank, so she'll hit decently hard and that kind of thing. So she's just pretty much just a generic single target writer, right? She has hard survival, she has just a little bit of battery, she's got some damage up, and she's NP5 for free. Some of the noteworthy things, though, she does debuff herself with every single skill of hers. And the third one is actually really bad, and some people act like it's not, but it is, and I'll get into that in a second. So the first one, she debuffs herself on her first skill, which is the invulnerability with poison. That actually is annoying, because when you have the invulnerability, you're not going to take damage, but now you're going to take 500 damage every turn. And, if the boss has a dot as well, you're going to feel that. So it is something you have to, like, worry about. Her second skill gives her defense down 10%. That's obviously annoying, but you'll probably have your first skill up so you can block the damage most of the time. And the third skill is Skill Seal, and that one is bad. And the thing is, you can say, oh, just cast your third skill last, and that's true, but it'll still fuck with your cooldowns. So the ideal thing is to use her third skill and then NP, because her NP will remove the debuffs. Now she's Buster, so you're not going to be NPing all the time unless you're like spamming OP supports. But the thing is, everybody's good with OP supports. Everybody's good with Oberon and Vinch and Merlin and a waiver spam. That can enable anybody. That doesn't make you a good unit, right? Because that makes Sanson do a lot of damage and NP a lot. So on her own or in a more typical team for a free-to-play or a new player, you know, you're not going to be NPing with her all of the time. But you can NP with her, especially her first initial NP, quite easily. Because she can have starting NP from a Craft Essence. She can use her battery skill. She has the NP gain skill with her invulnerability, so she's getting that first NP like it's nothing. So you can get all the debuffs, get rid of them. They might come back to haunt you later, though. Like, it's not a good thing, right? If you're in a challenge quest or something, it can be annoying. Anyway, though, you really want to remove the skill seal. You might say, but if I already cast my skills, who cares? It's because you just want to get rid of like the cooldown thing. So it is good to use your third skill, then NP right away. But there are absolutely going to be times, like for example, you're not necessarily going to NP with her on turn 1, but you're going to want to cast your first skill on turn 1 a lot of the time. And that means you're going to have a dot for a turn or two, so you lose a little bit of health because of that. And that is annoying, right? So the deterrents are bad, but they're not that bad, right? It's not a good thing. It is a negative, but it's not that big of a deal. But she's got nice damage up. She's got a bonus damage to beasts, which that kind of sucks for Protoku, but Protoku's is much more damage. So hers is 50%, his is 100. But yeah, she gets Buster up for 3 turns. She gets the 30% battery. She makes 30 stars actually. No crit up or any of that. She has like no passives. Her only passive is riding, but she has like no quick, so she only has 1 quick card, so it's super pointless. So she essentially has no passives, which actually sucks. Because that can add up. That really can. A lot of, you know, even some passives you might like overlook or see as rather mundane can actually really help a unit out. Yeah, there's a lot of servants like no rate ups. That's kind of dumb. They need like a weekly or daily rate up. That's what a lot of games do when they get big casts. They have like a rotating story banner, and that just kind of goes on independently of what else they're doing. And FGO needs that desperately, and I'm shocked they haven't done it. It does not even make business sense, because for the few Tesla fans out there, or who, you know, whatever character, you know, old character like that, some of them will wail or will blow their SQ that they saved up and then maybe wail in the future and things like that. So there's no reason not to give like Tesla fans a chance to get Tesla or, you know, any other, you know, old character like that. So it doesn't make sense. They desperately need a story banner. They just don't know what they're doing. I mean, when you follow FGO compared to other games, they're just carried. They are carried by how popular their IP is, and you know, and the you know, Tight Moon stuff and that kind of thing. The business side of it is a catastrophe. So the only other thing to say about Liz is when she NPs, she gives Fairy Tale Servants attack up for 3 turns, which if that was a common trait, that's actually awesome. Just getting a free charisma every time you NP. I don't even know who the fuck else is Fairy Tale. It's probably like Nursery Rhyme. I'm not sure who else it would even be. I'm sure there's a few. But that's kind of random, right? Because the odds of them syncing up is kind of weird, right? Because she's a rider and a DPS. It's very selfish. She's not one of those hybrid DPSs. So the odds of you having another DPS on the team to work with her to benefit from it, it's pretty random. So wait, Ushi gets it? That's really bizarre. Oh, are we just talking about, what are we, I don't think Chad is talking about the same thing here. Herbertrot is a very bizarre, I don't even know how to describe Herbertrot, right? Because she is technically story locked, but she's also story locked in FP summon, which is pretty different, right? So she's a very strange one. Ushi, if Fairy Tale. I'm assuming you meant Ushi is Fairy Tale, which that's kind of funny. The Tales of Genji, yeah, I guess. I don't think that's what people think of when they're thinking Fairy Tale, but sure, why not? Yeah, Herbertrot makes sense. That one makes sense. They would like, I don't see them working together though. Well, no, I mean, at least they're the same class. You could make them work together. I wouldn't be my go-to team, but you could make that work to some extent. The thing is, you're probably better off using though almost anything else, right? Like if you want Herbertrot to be your main unit in that kind of setup, you'd probably work with something else entirely, and vice versa too. I don't know. Well, it depends. Maybe on a newer account, you might not have some of the better options, and you're fighting a caster, so you do Liz, Herbertrot, and then, you know, summon a friend support. That's actually okay. That's actually not bad at all. All right, what am I doing on this stage? Man, I wanted this event to be good. I wanted it to be like, at least as good as Saber Wars, right? I'm so down. I'm so ready to do like, you know, like on NA, I've been doing, you know, random solos and just like, you know, playing through the boss fights, doing the wanted quests, you know, just messing about and having a good time. I want to do that on JP because JP has more servants and new characters and the new command codes, things to test out. You know, there's like more to do over here, but there's no content, so there's actually less to do over here. So yeah, I'll be playing NA later today for sure. Well, I imagine a lot of things won't have the trait listed right now, so it'll probably be a while before we know everything that has it. Yeah, I was hoping for just something, right? All I wanted it was not to be glorified dailies, right? Because there every once in a while there's an event like that where there's just like no event. There's a time logged story thing every like day or every other day, you know, and it's like nothing, and it's super easy and it's whatever, and then there's like a new free quest every day, and that's it. And that's literally the whole event, and this is shaping up to be one of those, and I fucking hate those because they're incredibly boring and they give you nothing to do. Yeah, we're not even really using Castoria. I'm just summoned her for the CE. I'm just like clicking buttons here. I like desperately don't want to play JP right now. I want to play NA because I can actually play the game. Because you can't play the game when it's like this. You can't, right? Because you're wasting your AP if you go to fight Richard or whatever. And then if you play the event, the stages are such a joke, you can't even show off the new units. Like, you can't even show off the new fucking units. It's ridiculous. Although, I tell you what, if people have some of the new units maxed, we could go fight, like, Lobo and stuff and use them. Like, why not? We'll do that. We could use Zenobia at least. Lost is pretty strong. We'll go fight Lobo. I've already got Samsung decks up, so I can do that pretty easy. That's more fun than this garbage. And we can use some, we'll use some Liz too. I don't obviously like Liz, but I'm sure some people want to see her in action. She's pretty straightforward though. There's not too much to, nothing too shocking happens, right? She's just very straight. She's good, but she's just totally straightforward. But that's actually good for new players. Like, you want straightforward units like that. No, I don't think you can MP5 Liz. You can't do all that much with her. Actually, yeah, we probably shouldn't do Liz today. Maybe just Zenobia then, because I ain't using Joctamole. Fuck that. But yeah, Liz is, she's good in the event because she gets the event bonus. But yeah, outside of the event, you can't do that much with her right now. Gotta get Castoria after this hard content, exactly. Gotta block that damage. Alright, let's go fight a boss here. Dude, I'm so, like, I'm just so annoyed with like the last, you know, 6 months to a year, if not more, of FGO on JP, man. Like, it's just, I'm so sick of them always being lazy. I'm so sick of all of the events having no content. You know, I'm sick of everything being a fucking gender bend and wacky, weird bullshit. Like, I'm just so, like, I'm so tired of it. Like, especially because I like Fate so much, right? I really like the Fate franchise and everything. And they can do so much better than this. That screen size is not right. There we go. Yeah, the male to female ratio is just absurd now. Yeah, Percival was nice. Percival was like the only nice thing I can think of in the recent history of FGO. Because they didn't do anything fucking weird, and it's like, here's the thing, like with Percival, all the stuff they said about Camelot, right? Like in Fate Hollow, Fate Stay Night, you know, and all that stuff, and everything we've learned about like the normal Camelot in the Fate universe. This is look at me I'm trying to run away to NA right now. That's what that is. Anyway, all the stuff they've said about Camelot, Percival retroactively works, right? Like he fits in fine, right? He doesn't like break, you know, the universe. It's not out of place. It fits in just like all the other Knights of the Round, and it's like it's like, oh yeah, if he was always there, it's fine, right? That is not true for a lot of the other stuff that they do in FGO. So I'm glad, you know, Percival is actually like that. They didn't do anything weird just to be weird, and they do that a lot recently, where they just like try to be different just to be different. They even said that with Karen or whatever. They basically said they didn't want to do like a more normal take on the deities and stuff, because like, oh, that's boring, we've already done that. And that's a terrible reason to design a character in a way. It's like, oh yeah, just because this character happened to get added later, it has to be weird. It's kind of like if they applied that logic all the time, right? Because Lancelot got added early in Fate's life, he gets to be normal, right? But if your favorite knight happens to be, you know, Sir Kay, and he gets added way later, he has to be weird then. But the reverse could happen just through luck. They could have just so happened to have added Sir Kay really early on in Fate's life, and he gets to be normal. And they added Lancelot way down the line, and now he's, you know, space knight of the lake, right? And shit like that. And I get tired of that. Like that's not, there's no integrity with that. You know, Mars is apparently really popular from what I have seen. People really like Mars in FGO. So if he did get added, it would probably go over well. I'm having such a hard time concentrating on what I am doing. Like I just closed the app and I meant to just go back, and I was trying to change my stream title because I'm not on the Steno account anymore. Alright, we'll try Zenobia out here against a proper boss. Now, in her defense, we're going to be using her in a single target situation, so she's disadvantaged, but if she does well, then that means all the better for her. And we're going to use a completely budget setup, so nothing going to carry her here. Okay, I assume I have lost on this account, I would hope. Now, Lost is kind of above average because his NP rank is so high, but because she's not, she's 1099, it kind of evens out, because cooldowns can really add up, so I don't mind it. Lost, we might need you to log in, though, because, you know, FGO is FGO, and it's impossible to summon anybody that hasn't logged in the last 30 seconds. I like how I've just been getting auto non-stop on both of my accounts. Like, auto's been at the top of the list every single time, no matter what, and I just cannot fucking get anyone else. Also, it takes so long to scroll through your options now. I think Lost might not be here anymore. Oh, there he is, but I'm not sure he's in chat. Okay, there we go. Perfectly good craft essence. He's probably working right now. Being productive, chat, imagine that. Alright, so Mash is really good here, but it's like, Mash is so good here if you know how to play her properly, that you can win with Phantom of the Opera as the DPS. So we don't want to be that steady, right? We want the team to have to work a little bit. We need to actually get some value out of our units here. So she's art, which is good, because there's good art supports in the game. Now, I like Mozart because he can guarantee her crits when she has the crit up buff. But then she needs to get her NP right away. So maybe Mozart's not on the start. We'll see. He's gonna be on the team no matter what. Probably George. Taunts just shut this boss down so hard. This boss is so much harder with a budget team if you don't have taunts. But if you just have a little bit of taunt, it's pretty easy. Ooh, Okay, how early does Hans need to NP? Not sure. Might go 2030 instead, we'll see. Alright, let me look at her kit again. I gotta plan this out. We don't want her to embarrass herself here. I kind of want to have her crit on the first turn then, but there's really no way to do that. And the reason for that is because she's got the regain, like the other stars, so with Hans and her first skill, you could get crit, just keep critting. I don't know, maybe we just have Mozart uses 50 stars, and even if it doesn't line up with her crit from her NP, we just deal with it. It kind of depends on what our first hand is. So I don't want Mozart to die on turn 1, but I don't want him to live a really long time either, so I'm gonna do Parted Sea. Because I think the Caneth... Boy, I almost said it there. The Caneth CD is too good, and he might live way too long, and I don't want that. Do we want Hohenheim on this team? It feels kind of unnecessary. I find Hohenheim is normally only good on budget setups if you're, like, actually using an AoE unit at AoE. Like, you're hitting 3 targets. If you're only hitting 1 target, I just don't think he really does enough unless you desperately need the guts. So I'm kind of thinking we don't bring him. What else do we even have, though? I mean, there's Chen Gong, just for the taunt, although we kind of want less taunt just so we're not trivializing this too much. What about Boudica? Oh, right, ult account. Her skills aren't maxed. Damn it. I think Boudica could be kind of interesting here. 1, they have some things in common, and 2, art, 3 turn, yada yada. David's fine. I kind of want to go gas, gas, gas and see how she does. Like, see if she can win that way. Because if we're ever going to lose, it's because we go gas, gas, gas. What's the picks then? I don't know. This account has kind of limited... Okay, you know what? We'll do this instead of George, and we won't even use George. We're being gutsy here. Because Leonidas is pretty gas these days. I really like Leonidas' buff. I think they did a good job with that one. Because it's good, it fits him, it's like lore accurate, all that stuff, and it's unique. And he was good to begin with. Don't pass the Boudica test, and I do on my main! She's 10 to 10 on my main, or at least she's 10x10. I don't know what her second skill is off the top of my head. The guts one. Now, technically, because she has charisma and she can feed other people crits, she really can be a hybrid DPS. Like, you really could use... I might even test her in 2 setups, where we do another one where someone else is the DPS and we see how she does as like a side support. Because that's kind of how she's supposed to play. Because she makes a bunch of stars every turn, she gets her NP passively, and then she gives the team the attack up. So, like, that's kind of a fun thing. So, I don't... You know what? Even in the back, I think we'll have some kind of DPS then. Though, there's no guarantee that they would show up to work with her skills, so maybe not. Yeah, I could see her working with Joan of Arc. Same class, same card type, both AoE. Both have buffs for each other. It's not bad. I have no idea what to put in the back here. I'm trying to think of budget stuff that makes sense. Most of the budget stuff here doesn't make any fucking sense. I'm literally doing that for the buff removal, because that's more gas, gas, gas than like Hohenheim. This is kind of a killjoy, because he's not even art, but it's the kind of setup that makes sense if I'm trying to go fast with her, so... I'll do Star Bomb. There we go. Alright, probably Atlas for her, even though she's not 10-10-10. Still think it's good. Okay. Hold on 1 second, chat. I need to grab some medicine real quick. Kind of forgot to do that before the stream, so I'll be back in just a second. Alright, I'm almost ready. Give me 1 second, chat. Okay, I am back. Alright, I kind of wish we either had a stacked opening hand or like nothing, so it was later. So we can NP on turn 2, though. If I'm gonna, let me think. I think I don't actually use Hans's skill until next turn then. I'm gonna cast this because I don't want to get crit. You know what's pretty cool though? I just realized this. I really like the synergy between Mozart and her. And if like the rest, because depending on the boss fight, that's a very flexible 2 units, right? You can make the other unit Castoria, a taunt, mash, you know, it's whatever the stage calls for. And the thing is, they both have crit down. He has the crit down debuff, and she has the crit down buff, you know, to defend you with, right? Essentially. That gives you like immediate, you can either spread it out or use them both at once, depending on like the type of boss it is. That's pretty nice. I like that. And then obviously there's synergy with the crits. She has crit up and she has star stuff and he makes 50 stars. The art up is obviously good for her. Like that's nice. Like that's, art units are lucky, right? Art units get some really nice, support from budget, where the quick units really don't, but the quick units are so good that they don't generally need it. So it's kind of fucked up. I wonder if that's part of why they're kind of wary of adding something like Qingong or Mozart to quick. We'll see. I think they'll do it eventually just cause, but they've definitely put it off quite a bit. Do I want Hans to get his NP the normal way? Maybe I do Hans's 3rd skill on himself. If so, I should still do it next turn because I'm going to whiff the stars. Alright, I don't think we really cast anything other than the crit down. And we save it all for next turn. Will, she goes to 80%. Let me look at her gain rate exactly here. 4 hit art. Pretty good. She might get it. If I cast her first skill, then she absolutely... Okay. Well, alright, let's find out. This is going to be such a sad moment if she almost gets it but doesn't. But I'm being very greedy because 20 off 1 card with no crit is very greedy. We have no gain rate up. So I'm hoping that low... Okay, now we see... I need Lobo to hit me, but that was close. She was actually really close there. That's not bad. Okay. It's good though. We get max value here. Like this is really nice. So that's a bunch of stars next turn. Guarantee crit right here. This is nice. Oh, this is nice. Imagine if this was actually an AoE situation, then we'd really get some value. Okay, no reason to do her second skill, and she shouldn't die here, although, man, I might do Hans's second skill to just... I mean, she should be safe. That does suck though that she got double attacked like that. I almost messed that up. How to throw, by the way. Just attack into the evade. $43K, that's solid. Being AoE, 95. Okay, could you? Damn it! Oh, we were so close. Okay, well now we want our Star Bomb, and we can crit again. The problem is Hans needs to use his NP. So I'd like to do Hans's Buster, then her 2 cards, and they both crit, and it's all great. But I kind of got to work in that NP. Damn. Dude, Lobo is just a champ. If you don't have really strong utility, Lobo is a real champ at putting the brakes on your DPS. But that's why it's really impressive when units can still shred him and they don't have sure hit or any of that. Because, you know, he's got the defense up, he's got the evade, you know, he does a lot to slow down your DPS and you're at neutral. So if you do shred him, then you're kind of exceptional. Okay, let's see. Now we do, I guess, Hans again, because more Hans NP. Well, she is showing off reliable ability to crit, reliable looping. Her damage really isn't punching through, but that's kind of the fight and the fact that she's AoE in a single target situation. But that kind of speaks to what I was saying. I think she's good, but she's not like some groundbreaking, because like the really OP AoE units can still shred here, and like you barely even notice their AoE, right? Where she's not doing that, right? She's kind of doing what you would expect. You know, an AoE is kind of falling behind in a single target situation, right? So it's kind of the norm. So she's kind of a normal AoE unit. Yeah, they're not really even shoes. It's kind of like, I don't know, she's like a statue, right? I think that's really what they're referencing there. It's kind of weird. I guess we do that. How is Mozart at full health right now? We only gave him the 1 evade, right? That's not even a big deal. They're really big on stilts right now, I've noticed. I don't know why, but they've been stilts everywhere. And not that I think it works, but the only time I think the stilt thing kind of works is a VC Braun, and that's just because of the, you know, he's kind of odd and the golems and everything, you know, like it's kind of like a, it kind of works. I still think it's a bit dumb there and like why, but I think it works better there because of the mask and everything. It kind of, the look kind of works. Okay, so we're actually in quite a bit of trouble because Mozart is just not dying. And at this point, I guess I don't want Mozart to die because he gets his skill back next turn. So if he's gonna live all this time, might as well get his skill off one more time. But I think with their design, they're really playing into the whole how, you know, she was imprisoned and, you know, the statues and like, I think they want that armor to look like she can't move and I think that's what they're going for, which kind of makes sense, but it doesn't, it's not cool really. Like I don't think all of her, none of her sprites look awesome to me. They're all like, eh. I don't hate them, but I don't really hype them either. Well, Hans got yeeted and deleted. This is actually pretty bad. I think we might actually have, we almost never fail this. When we do teams like this, We've almost never failed this stage, AoE or otherwise. I don't think it's entirely her fault, though. I just think she really cannot deal with... You know, she's a normal AoE unit, right? And she can get a lot of value while farming or fighting through enemies because she'll loop so easily. But she's not one of those AoE units that has so much value they can translate to a single target scenario. And I think she could beat this if I just like brought Mash and Hans, right? And then George in the back row. She'd still win, but it would take forever. It would take her a very long time. Not really sure what to do here. She's like on death's door. And then Mozart has no one to buff. Like, taunting is good, but then we're vulnerable to the NP, but I might just have to deal with it. This is actually quite bad. I think we're gonna lose, which again is I'm surprised by, because we basically never lose this stage when we test units. Even when they are AoE. Some of it's just bad luck though, like Mozart still being as he is not ideal. Alright, let's see what I can do here. See, this is unfortunate because she doesn't actually need Mozart's third skill right now. I'm gonna go ahead and use his first skill just because Mozart might die. Also, I think Lobo, and this is true for a lot of units, but I think Lobo really shuts her down. You know, she doesn't have so much normal card damage that she can like punch through that defense up. And so the few times that she has a nice crit lined up, a lot of times he has the defense buff. And then it's just like, well, that was wasted. Probably should have already cast that. We'll test her again against another stage where we can get maybe more straightforward value, because again, it speaks volumes when a unit does well here because the fight is awkward, but this really is bad for her, so we'll try something else here for another stage. Let's see, do I even have any AoE stages that are like hard at all? I don't really think so. It's kind of unfortunate. However, I think in other stages she'll be able to show off her normal card damage a lot better. Let's see, we haven't even broken the first health bar. That's pretty sad. Because again, it's not, we've used so many AoE units in this stage. But art units, right, like that are kind of designed around hitting 3 targets to refund, they're gonna do, you know, exponentially worse when you're fighting one enemy. When you're doing like a Buster AoE, like Canis or something, or Lancer or Artoria Alter even, right? It doesn't really matter that they're only hitting 1 target. It just lowers their damage, nothing else. Where with her, it lowers a lot of stuff. Actually, if I remember correctly, Lancer Artoria Alter did very well here. Like, she won very quickly. Like, she did super good. But again, that kind of makes sense, though, because she's not going to be as affected by the gimmicks and stuff. Yeah, I guess there is Asterios. That's true. Yeah, we'll go there. It's not exactly AoE because it's 2 targets instead of 3, but it's AoE-ish. And the gimmicks there won't like shut her the fuck down, so that's a fair time to test her. Yeah, there's no way we've lost. There's no way she's gonna win. Like, she's just lost. That was a pretty terrible showing, but I really do think it's just the type of unit not lining up with the stage at all, like super badly. All right, let's go. I think this account has that Salem fight. Yep. All right. Now this stage is easier than Lobo. Now it's like for like, right? It's the kind of stage you might want to use her in, even though she's not counterclassing. But that kind of makes up for the stage being easier. But then Lobo is, you know, also neutral. So like the Lobo stage is much harder than this stage. But it's still like a playground to see some value. Yeah, I think that's right. Lantoria just crit Lobo to death. Just bang bang. She's good like that. I think she really is an underestimated unit. I don't think she's the best 4-star in the game or anything, but she's kind of like Canis, where she's got a nice mix of AoE and single target with her normal attacks, and that can be really good sometimes. And she's very self-reliant, which is nice. Really, the biggest oof to Lancer Artoria Alter is the fact that Canis does exist, because Canis is extremely similar. And ultimately, I would say actually kind of better, because Canis does have some hard survival and that kind of thing. Alright, I won't bring any Lancers to carry here, because that'll make this like a joke. Alright, how do I want to do this one? Let's see. She NPs in 3 turns, Uriel, that is. There's debuffs, so still Atlas. Definitely need to kill you. Well, actually, we could kill Asterios first on this team. Oh, Poster Girl on Mozart would be so good, but that's overpowered. I can probably do Leonidas again. He is a Lancer, but he's not going to carry in that kind of way, so I think it's alright. Mash should be really good here, but again, I kind of want to have not too much support so she has a chance to shine herself. You know, this stage, I'm more likely to use Hohenheim. That works better here. I do really like Hans's 3rd skill though, with the stars, with her stars per turn. Could do the switch Mystic Code. Try to kill them before the debuffs come out. That's an interesting way to play it. Okay, that's not the safe way, but let's see, let's have some fun here. Let's see if we can make this work. Let's do Golden Carp so I can actually crit on turn 1 and not use Mozart's 3rd skill. Hohenheim CE, that could also be Star Bomb, but that's getting kind of overkill at this point. I don't know what else I would even make it though. Yeah, sure, why not? So we're going super gas mode now, although, you know what? We're gonna do that. Because if it does get to the back part, we're probably gonna need that. I am so glad Asclepius is good, not overpowered, he's very good, but I don't think he's overpowered at all. It's mainly just there's no other budget unit that does what he does. But you don't use him all the time. You absolutely don't, right? If the stage has no debuffs in it and you don't have any need of like AoE guts and stuff like that, you don't use Asclepius. But he comes up often, right? So he's a great like option, and he's a really cool character, and his gameplay fits his lore. Like I really like Asclepius. So he's good voice actor. I like the design because you've got options. You've got a more modern design, but you have a more like fitting design, right? Like fitting into the period and that kind of stuff, and a more fate take, anime take, right? So you get options with his designs. You get you know, like the voice acting. The gameplay works. He fits a budget role that was needed. So that's a unit I'm very happy with, right? I wonder if they're ever gonna buff him, because that would be nuts. I don't think so. I think they're probably aware that, you know, he's really good for budget setup, so I don't think he's gonna get buffed. But it'd be kind of crazy if they did. Alright. Now, the one thing I don't like about Hohenheim here is actually I think we need to switch next turn, because if I'm not NPing on turn 1, I don't really want to cast his stuff yet. That's a little awkward. Well, one thing, I'm going to do this because I don't want him to crit me. Even though his odds of critting are low, I do not want to deal with that. You know what? I'm going to cast this stuff anyway. We're going to whiff a turn, but I think it's okay. And what this is going to let me do is break one of their health bars immediately. Yeah, I think this is fine. I almost want to use her. You know what? I'm going to use her 3rd skill. Yeah, because this just no crits, no crits for our enemies. None of that. Okay, this is nice, because see, now we get nice big normal card damage here, and then we'll go right into an NP, and then we can use our skills to get another NP. Okay, probably should have buffed a little bit more. God damn it. Well, the good news is we still get overcharged. We get overgauged sooner because of that. But that I probably could have done Mozart's art up and broken there. Or even her art up, even though it would have been kind of a waste of the battery. She has no cards here though, so kind of an oof for Mozart. No point in using his crit skill. I wonder if Asterios is stunned here. I wonder if he won't cast the defense buff on Uriel. Let's find out. Let's see what happens. Let's see if he passes over it. Because if she just doesn't get the defense buff, that's gonna make this a lot easier. Mozart. Yeah, we'll go with Mozart. I don't think we're gonna get a second Hans NP. 資料集めにはことかか損なうたびに思い出すがいいメルヘン・マイネス・レーベンス Yeah, Medea needs a pretty significant buff. There's a lot of ways to buff her. You could give her a massive art up on one of her skills to like last 3 turns, and that would really help offset how bad her NP is. The other thing you could do is buff her NP like you did Vlad's and actually fix it. And then you could add art up like a in that case a smaller art up. You could do like a 20% art up for 3 turns every time she casts it. That's actually really interesting, because then she could, like, ramp. Okay, so I don't actually get... We didn't... I'm overestimating our damage dramatically here. We didn't break, so that wasn't going to be a turn we'd be able to see if he was... Because he cast the defense buff when her health bar is broken. I actually find Mozart almost to be too much. Like, he makes almost too many stars, so it's actually kind of hard to sync this up. You want to use Mozart's skill to just get rid of a 30%. Chance to fail. Probably should have done the attack up last turn. The only issue I see with her, she does loop super easy, so for farming it'll be great. With Castoria it'll be great. But her damage is a little lacking. Like, it's not terrible, but it's not amazing either. Okay. This is where the stun would be better. Waste of the star bomb here. Boy, this is not... The value is not syncing up well. The value exists, but it's not syncing up how we want it. It's like we overkilled really hard there, but I didn't really have a choice. That's pretty solid normal card damage, though. Still not fucking syncing up, though. Every goddamn turn. I might use this same setup and just do it again, because I think a few of my decisions were wrong. And of course she's the one that gets NP'd. This is what I get for not having a taunt. Or David, or, you know, any of that. Yeah, look, we're making so many stars because of Hans and her skill that we're just not needing Mozart's 3rd skill, so that's kind of strange. And now we got attack down and she has defense up, so this is just going to be sad. That looks really funny, her like blasting Uriel in the face with that attack. That looks pretty silly. I can get behind that though. Shoot the little shit. We did like no damage there, but she's NPing a lot, I'll give her that. We're NPing a lot and we're critting a lot, right? It's more like the details are just off because of the like the card timings and the almost breaking the health bars but not and that kind of thing. Okay, I guess we do it now. I'm not being blown away though. I mean, I've used a lot of units in these stages, and she's not doing terrible. And like I said, some of the problems aren't entirely her fault. But I'm not being like super disappointed, I guess. But I'm not being impressed at all. That's probably the way to put it. But we have a lot of more setups to use, and some of the luck has just been really off. Also, my teams just aren't right. I don't think Mozart is right here right now, because with these fights, like with Uriel getting her NP so quickly and things like that, I clearly need to have some survival on the team. Like hard survival, because she only has guts, and I don't have that, and we're paying for it, right? So there's definitely some user error here. If she could live a little bit longer, that would really help. I guess I'd do this so we just don't get crit, and hopefully Hans's NP can bail us out here. Yeah, Asterios could use an animation update. He deserves it. Okay, we got the defense up and we got the heal. The good news is Zenobia is unlimited, so you can get spooked anytime, and 4-star spooks are quite common, and then also free 4-star tickets, things like that. Look at her guarding everything. This might be the end of us. 4-star tickets, I know, right? I think they'll come back. I think the only reason they weren't happening is because of the 5-star tickets. But now that the free 5-star is a permanent thing, I don't think they're going to do more of those. I think they'll go back to 4-star tickets, and I hope so, because there's a lot of really cool 4-stars, so I like 4-stars more than 5-stars generally, actually. Also true for this event, because I don't like the 5-star at all, and although I'm not like super crazy about Zenobia, but she's alright, I don't mind her, so. Okay, well we just got deleted there. I bet you though this team would still win. I'm serious, like with this oh yeah, with Leonidas, definitely. So the real issue there is like, this kind of team would work if we had Poster Girl on Mozart and we could just get Leonidas out to protect Zenobia. The whole problem is we're not able to protect her. But I don't want to use Poster Girl because, you know, it's kind of OP and almost nobody has it, so. And that's just getting carried at that point. Like, it is a flaw of her, like, her kind of wonky survivability, but it's not that hard to play around. Like, we've got options. I'll just adjust the team here, I think, to be a little bit safer. It was very greedy doing the switch Mysticode like that, right? That's a very front-loaded kind of strategy, and on budget teams, it often doesn't work. Or even if it does work, it doesn't work as well as a more typical setup. Oh yeah, absolutely. The remaining units could have absolutely still be in the stage. Like, no question. Like Leonidas had everything. He could have handled everything, and we still had Asclepius and stuff. And they only had like 20k health and 40k health. Like they won, no problem. But that wasn't a great showing for Zenobia, right? It wasn't clean. Some of that was a mixture though of user error and bad luck, but I'm not thinking she's going to be anything too shocking. And like, yeah, she'll be able to loop with Castoria, but I mean, as can most AoE art units, so that doesn't really mean anything. What really annoys me about the gender bid Jacques Demoli is there's no reason to do it. There's literally no reason to do it. If they just wanted to add space foreigner or, you know, waifu nonsense, they could have just done that and not made it Jacques Demoli, right? There's literally no reason to do it. And all the people that like that design and stuff, they would have liked a design like that regardless of like who it was based on. So it's like, why have an established Fate character with an established design and then have people that already like that? A lot of people wanted that design. My friend Kath was like, oh man, I really hope they add that Jacques Demoli to regular FGO. And I haven't actually told him what they did today because he hasn't seen it. And I'm sure he's going to be pissed. And also, and I think like Arjuna and Ari are going to back me up on this one with what we're talking about today. They've added almost no male characters this year. And then they take one of the few male characters that's already established to be male in Fate and gender bend it. Like, are you kidding me? It's like they've added so many waifus. Like, for fuck's sakes, you can just add Jacques Demoli. Like, you don't have to do anything weird here. Thanks. Like, you've already thrown enough bones to that crowd, I would say. Proto Gill arcade exclusive. Would not put it past them at this point. Well, I mean, the thing is, arcade is run by Sega, and Sega has to look out for their best interests. So Sega is obviously going to try to push for as many exclusives as possible, because that gets more people to play their game. And that's not Sega's fault. It really isn't, right? If anything, it's Type Moon's fault for putting it in that situation in the first place, and that kind of thing. So I don't blame Sega for when they get arcade exclusives, because I mean, that's what they're supposed to do. They're supposed to look out for themselves. All right, I could try the same setup and just go with the RNG differently, but I don't think so. I think that setup can work, but I don't really like it. It's too greedy. It's just too greedy. I almost want to start with Leonize. I'm kind of thinking about cutting Mozart just because because of Hans, it's derivative. If I wasn't going to use Hans, and I had David there, or Mash there, Asclepius there, even Castoria there, I would still use Mozart. But because of Hans, I think it's way too derivative. You have too many crit stars. And I think Castoria is a good example, because a lot of people might be rolling on Zenobia right now, right? I know you're out there, right? There's people that either rolled or rolling on Zenobia, right? So they have Zenobia, hopefully. And they're going to summon their friends Castoria, because don't lie to me, chat. I know you do that. So you got your Zenobia, you got your friend's Castoria, and then you have your own Mozart. That is a good setup. Like that is a good setup. And if you don't have Hans there, then you actually do need Mozart at that point. Like that works well. And then you can cycle out Mozart because if you have Castoria, you can afford to switch Mystic Code and use it more liberally, right? So you could do Mozart, Zenobia, Castoria, switch Mystic Code. When Mozart or Castoria has used up their usefulness, you can switch them out for somebody else. And just keep going, right? That's good. That's totally good. It's not a problem. I would even show that off if I had my own Zenobia, but I don't, and I'm not rolling, so fuck that. Okay, yeah, I think Mozart's got to get the cut. Either that or we get rid of his CE and like put outrage on him or some nonsense like that. What else could we start with? There is Hohenheim because you can use his guts. When it's NP time, and he does have the 3-turn art up, which I actually like. I don't mind this. David's a decent option. I actually like David just fine. Obviously Mash, but that's I think too good. Maybe we do Mozart and we just we try to get him killed sooner. That and cycled, because our whole back row was just chilling, right? We can cycle the old-fashioned way. You know what? We're gonna outrage because everybody can get outraged. So I don't mind using outrage. It's not nearly as broken as Poster Girl. I'm okay with that. I think that's a fair thing to do here. Yeah, hopefully they add something for Quick, but the thing is, you gotta remember, and I was talking about this earlier, it's kind of busted if they add a really good Quick support, because Quick has Ku and Ushi. Like, what the hell? Like, those are such busted budget units, and then if they get like a Qin Gong tier support, like, that's just nuts. Like, that's gonna really shit on a lot of the other options, because like at least when you don't use, you know, let's say use Ricky Boy instead of Ushi, or you do Gareth instead of Ku or whatever, at least you get access then to Qin Gong and Mozart and that kind of thing, right? So it kind of softens the blow. Alex is not really a quick support. Alex is like a utility thing that has a little bit of quick support on the side. It's only 20% quick up, right? That's not that big of a deal. Alright, I'm pretty sure this account has outrage. I just have no idea where it is. By the way, could Billy and hell even Ku Alter, could they get a costume for outrage? Looks better than the ridiculous pimp coat that Ku Alter normally wears. Oh cool, I got Vertra. I'm jealous. I could get behind a Vertra spook. That would be nice. I don't think we'll actually need the final unit. Yeah, I hope I get a Virtue Spook. Because mine's NP1, which is kind of disappointing. The way she plays, because she spams so much, you really want at least NP2. Get all this crap off my screen! Zenobia is permanent. Well, that's what people have said anyway. I haven't like looked into it, but I'm pretty sure it's the case. Okay, I could use her Star Bomb right now, and then we would definitely crit. Or we could do... You know what? I'm gonna do it. I'm being greedy again, but that's pretty good. Let's see if I can actually break right now. That would make this a very good opening. Let me see. Do I want to wait? If I use my first skill, I'm kind of wasting the battery portion of it, but we need some damage here. Do I want to cast anything else? If I do Mozart's first skill, we definitely break. I think we can break now, though. It's gonna be close. And the problem is if we almost break but don't, it's just awful. Faith! Oh, this is not gonna break because we don't have Hohenheim's buffs this time. Well, she's got the art resist down. Yeah, we needed Mozart's buff. Oh, God. Making the same mistake twice. Should have cast his skill last turn, but oh well. They only got the one card. Alright, Hans, attack buff. Also, we're seeing right now why Outrage cannot do what Poster Girl does. Because it essentially did nothing. Stop the greed. Can't. At least we counteract his crit buff, no problem. Wow, his attack stat is crazy high. We even have the defense buff. Jeez. Okay, Mozart's gotta go. It's just, it's so derivative, and we're just not getting enough out of it. It's not worth it. Like, clearly. Still has guts. I don't think we invulnerability, just because she might not even get NP'd, so... Almost 200%. That is so not what I wanted. Like, if he had shot Mozart, that'd have been swell. Mozart, it's not panning out here. Okay. What's the play here? We have 90% crits. Do I really need to... Yeah, let's not. Mozart. Again, why Mozart's not worth it. That's part of the problem against Lobo, too, I think. Hey, what does the 1 to 3 star count have to do with this? Chat, imagine if they added a new 1 to 3 star. I'd have to actually roll over there. I haven't rolled on that account in forever. I love how no matter what I do, Mozart never dies, and Hans always dies. Like, Mozart's always like the last one to die. It's just crazy. I even gave him taunt for fuck's sakes. And we just can never get value out of his third skill. So it's clear that, like, with Hans, without Hans, it's fine. Like, you do Castoria, Mozart, totally fine. But Hans and Mozart is just way too derivative. No need to taunt yet. This is still going way better than last time, though, just because the team setup is different. Like, the switch Mystic Code was not worth. Okay. No reason to Star Bomb. I'm still not gonna have a reason to do Mozart's third skill. I mean, well, it depends. Maybe we will. If we do, it'll be next turn. But the turn after that, we've got Leonidas's NP. You know what? I'm gonna keep Leonidas alive. We don't need to use Guts here, although the attack up would actually have been nice, but let's see. This is actually a Leonidas setup, boys. I'm about to give Leonidas crits. He has double defense buff. I don't think we're breaking that health bar here, with or without crits. Gonna try anyways, though. He might have broken there if we had done the Star Bomb. I am going to Grail Leo someday. That's a guy, unless I, like, you know, die tomorrow from a, you know, lightning bolt from the sky, you know, get zeeted. Leo is getting grailed at some point. I'm kind of waiting for an animation update, but, you know, those aren't real, apparently. Okay, we can finally do this. I'm very unsatisfied with these teams, though. It's mostly Mozart, just too much dead weight, going way too slow. Yeah, and fuck, I don't want to. Look, I got all this fucking team is just bad, man. It's like I got all these awesome crits. I can make more stars, but he's got 10k health. Like, yeah, we need that one. I think we hit her anyway, just because fuck it. None of the value is lining up, man. Big yikes. Okay, that's really funny when she doesn't do a follow-up attack. Because when she does a follow-up attack, she like walks towards them by blasting them, and then she hits them, right? But if she doesn't do a follow-up attack, she like walks all the way up to them by blasting them, which she didn't need to walk up to them for, and then she just goes back. She's like, what is that? Like, just intimidation, right? She just like walks at them menacingly, and is like, nah, I'm just kidding, and then she just goes back to where she started. Okay. Do I want the Star Bomb? Nah. Now we've got defense up, attack down problems. I don't know, chat. I know my teams have been a bit scuffed here, but I really am not impressed. I'm not hating it. You know, the utility is nice, but I think she's going to do a lot better when she's working with another DPS, because she does have charisma and the Star Bomb and all these things. I think that is going to be more use. I mean, like, sure, if you do Castoria, you can go Burr, but you can do that with every, you know, art unit like that. Her oomph just isn't quite there, but we'll see. We gotta mess around more. I think some of these teams have been flawed. Not a lot of use out of that Star Bomb, unfortunately. We'll get her NP next turn no matter what. Yeah, Chiron could work, obviously. Chiron is a lot like her, where, except he's even more flexible, I would say. But that could work. Obviously, he's single target, she's AoE, but like that could work. Chiron is really easy to work into teams. He's kind of nice like that. Because he can be the main DPS or the support DPS. Very flexible. Let's see. You know what? Fuck this attack down. We're just gonna get rid of that now. And apparently Mozart's living, because why not? Alright, guaranteed crit there, though. Like, she's not performing bad. She's not. She's stable, but... not if I did Percival... Here's my point. If I did Percival... Okay, well, Percival's counterclassing, but let's say Percival was also at neutral, right, to make the fight harder. And I gave him, you know, equal support. I think he would just win so much faster than this. And he's more survivable than she is, by a lot. And he also works with Castoria loopy shenanigans and stuff. But she does have the anti-crit stuff, you know, there's more to her than just the straightforward value. 98%, don't be like this game. Don't. Game, you could have just hit her and we could have just NP'd again, right? But no, you gotta be a smart ass. And here we are with no Zenobia cards, so now we're kind of just waiting. Mozart DPS, boys. Look at this great animation update, chat. Look, he shoots a ball, and then look, he shoots another ball, and then look, another ball, and then a bunch of balls. Oh my god, chat. So glad they updated him. Fantastic. Okay. So, we're gonna do, like, absolutely nothing to Stereos here. Because he's got, like, 80% defense up for some nonsense. Come on, defense down, defense down, defense down, defense down. Good enough. That helps. That beginning part of the MP is kind of cool. Breaking out of her chains and whatnot. Okay, well, we got it now. Like, because if he NPs us, we have Asterios, Asclepius's debuff resistance here. So I'm sure we can handle 40k. And then we got the crits here. Although I tell you what, it'd still take a second because he still has the defense up. I guess we'll keep going until we know it's the turn that we win. This was better. This was better. Yeah, I wish they had done an Ascension that was at least based on the Stage 3. I mean, the Stage 3 is kind of, I think, designed to look more like a statue, and she can't, I don't think she can even move in it. Like, it's supposed to be that way. Okay, we kill here. He got another defense up, though, but the other one wore off, so we can do 10k. Like, he's dead here. Alright, let's try one more setup, because I'm really not getting that satisfying, just, hey, look, she's going burr real good. It's not smooth, and, I think Mozart was definitely not the right call there. This is Crypt of the Necrodancer. Stone Cold is the song. Very bizarre game, that. I honestly don't know how they came up with the concept for that game. If you just Google Crypt of the Necrodancer, you will understand what I am talking about. Let's see. I wish Lost was here so he could log in. It's getting really hard to summon Zenobia here. So another thing that concerns me, now to be fair to her, she wasn't 10-10-10 and that affects a few things, but she's NP5 and I'm still kind of like, the damage is not the best. Like necromancy plus dancing. Now again, for farming, I think Zenobia will be just fine because she can kind of just, you know, Castoria will make up for the damage problems. But I mean that goes for everyone. I can't get lost anymore. So, I just had to say something. Get her to 120 to fix the damage, yeah. Alright, after this I think I'm gonna play NA because you can't test Liz worth a damn. Because you can't like max her out yet. Let's see. What do I want to do to try to make this setup a little bit more stable? Honestly, Chiron would be good, but we're trying to keep it budget. Although, to be fair to her, I do kind of want to see how she does if she works with another archer. Because that's what she's supposed... So, you know, clearly, chat, we do this, right? Chat, he's not gonna steal the glory here at all, right? Not, you know, I kind of want to do this anyway. This is total bullshit, and it doesn't even test anything, but you just like completely restructure the team and you make it a buster team, and then she's just there to do an NP and to give him charisma, and that's it. Like that's it. Like, cause this will work a lot better. Like we'll kill at a decent pace here, I would think. All right, I'm doing it. All right, let's see what is the setup if I do it this way? The sad thing is, I suspect the smarter thing to do would be to just use all supports and, you know, no other DPS other than Gil. But let's see. So Qin Gong, that's an obvious. It's easy. So we do want her to NP, but we basically don't want her to detract from what else we're doing. So we might get our NP mostly from her first skill. So I actually don't hate buff removal from our enemies just because of the like defense up nonsense. If anything slows us down, it's that. How much gas do we want to go with here? Because there's always Anniversary Blonde. Leonidas is actually good here just because he does have Buster up, Attack up. He'll stop, you know, the NP drain from hitting Gil and the NP and stuff like that. That's a possibility. Let's see. Oh, Atalante is a fun one to work with. Obviously, there's Waver, but we're not doing that. We got Pinth. That's pretty gas mode. We got Shakespeare. Still Hans. Not too bad here. New Mystic Code is okay, but there's no world where it actually keeps up with the big four, so it's basically pointless. Like, the only time you'll ever use it is if, like, the boss has Sure Hit, you're using a Buster unit, and there's a stun gimmick. Like, that's the only time it's worth it. And even then, you might just use Atlas anyway, because Atlas can remove the stun in literally any other debuff, and then it has a better invulnerability, and then although you lose the Buster up, you get the cooldown reduction. So, I don't really see a lot of use for it, to be honest. Like, it's almost good, right? It's almost good enough, but I don't see it actually making it into like 90% of logical situations. A little bit better for farming just because there's battery on it though, right? Like that's not really enough to make that much of a difference in a challenge quest. But for farming, you might just want to slap the battery on it. Although to be honest, in that case, hey Sharquato, you're probably more likely to use the Babylonian one unless you don't have it. But the Babylonian one I think is better for farming because you get the 10% battery and then you get NP gain up. So then you can get the 10% battery to NP right there, and then you get more refund off of that NP because of the gain up, right? So that's just better. And it also has Buster up. There's lots of needs for new Mystic Codes. That's bullshit. There's the whole reason all the Mystic Codes suck is because they're dumb and they keep adding stupid abilities that nobody wants. And then when they add a ability that people want, the other abilities are crap instead of just nice, you know, wholesome survivability, right? They gotta do weird, they just do all weird shit. Like, what are you talking about? There's a million things they can do with Mystic Codes. Like, you know, imagine this, chat. You get a hard survivability thing, right? And then generic damage up, attack up, buster up, art up, whatever. Or, you know, so you got damage up and survivability, like you already have a lot of Mystic Codes, and then taunt, right? Or you have debuff removal resistance, and then hard survival, and then damage up, right? The reason they always fuck it up is because whenever they do something unique, like there's the one that's got buff block on it, right? But then the other skills don't have like the basics of what you want out of a Mystic Code, right? You need like hard survival and like damage up, or 2 hard survivals, right? That's why all the Mysticodes suck. It's not that they're out of ideas, it's because they're like afraid to make a good one. Like literally they're afraid to make a good one because they always gimp it somehow. They always got to be like, oh hey, we gave you buff removal resistance, but yeah, then the other two abilities fucking suck. Right, then they're going to be super niche. It's like, no, just do buff removal resistance and then 2 standard ass good things, right? Like Jesus. You know, and again, taunt and then 2 standard ass things that are good. And also just like more damage type options. You can have Anniversary Blonde, but for the other colors. Hello, right? Things like that. And because the reason Anniversary, okay, let's break this down. The reason the big 4 are good is because look at what they do, right? So default, okay? Default, you get big universal damage up. Makes your extra attack do more damage, NPs do more damage, any cult makes your crits do more damage. Just attack up is just more damage, period, right? And it's a lot of damage up. So generally, it's so much damage up that your setup would beat a stage a turn faster than it would have otherwise. Maybe even 2 turns, right? So the attack up alone is buying you a turn of value up to 2 turns of value. Okay, so that's good. And then the evade is just going to straight save somebody, no matter what the circumstances, really. And so that's generally, you'll die 1 turn later, like guaranteed, unless they have sure hit. So now we're up to 2 to 3 turns worth of value already, right? And then the heal won't always buy you a turn, but it normally will, especially in a team setting where you can have other mitigation things like defense up and other heals and stuff. So now you've got between 4 and 5 turns worth of value out of that Mysticode. And then you compare that to these other stupid Mysticodes they do where like one of the skills only does something sometimes maybe, and it's not even that good. It's like half a turn, maybe a turn. And then you get like one skill that does 1 turn of value, then another skill that's like a half a turn. Like, so they're on like 2 turns, 2.5 turns of value. That's just dog shit. Why would you ever use that, right? And then so look at the other big 4 though. We've got the Switch Mysticode, which is probably the most awkward one. So the stun won't always buy you a turn of value, but it normally will. If it's only 1 enemy, if you just stun them, that's a guaranteed turn of value. And in some weird circumstances, it can actually get you more, because it can make enemies skip like their skills at key times. It can like wear out durations on their like giant defense ups and things like that. So it prevents them from casting things. So it can be a bit more value than it is on the surface level. And then you get the AoE attack up, which can sometimes be worse than the raw attack up. It actually normally is, because a lot of times you only have 1 DPS. And even if you have 2 DPS, they're not NPing on the same turn. So the AoE aspect of it is minimum. You know, it's not that good, but it's generally about a turn worth of value. Now the other, the default Mysticode is almost 2 turns worth of value because the attack up is so big. But the Switch one is still about a turn worth of value. But not always. It can sometimes be less. And then the Switch, where the Switch is kind of hard to quantify because it's so many weird ways you can use it. And I will say this, and this is, you don't have to take my word for it. Go watch Ace of Hearts, the Japanese low star guy, any of that stuff. But low star stuff does not use the Switch Mysticode often. Occasionally, they do use it, but not often. It really excels when that unit you can switch brings in a unit that has incredibly strong skills, like Waver, Castoria, Merlin, Scatty, right? If you're not bringing in a unit that strong, it's not as good as often. And it can be good, but it is, the Switch Mysticode is probably the least good of the big 4 for budget, but it's really good for like high-end stuff. All right, and then you've got Anniversary Blonde, which Buster Up, as long as you're doing a Buster unit, easily buys you a turn, and it's a bigger Buster Up than the attack up, but it won't affect your like other card types, your extra attack. But it is such Buster Up that it'll easily buy you a turn. Could be 2 turns, especially when combined with the second skill, which is 20 stars, and in some ways is the worst skill on it because you might have no other stars, and it just makes 20 stars, and then you don't crit. But normally you can use it when you at least made 10 stars from the previous turn or another skill like Instinct or whatever, and it will generally result in crits. And if you Buster crit with the Buster Up, then you're getting even more value, right? So although the stars can be bad, it can also like multiply its own value and go above and beyond what you would normally expect. And then Guts buys you a turn no matter what. So it's at least buying you 3 turns, and sometimes it buys you 4 turns just because of how much value you're getting out of the stars. But Anniversary Blonde is definitely used less than default, and then the one I'm about to talk about, Atlas. So Atlas is the last one of the big 4, and it is, I mean, for a typical player, it's probably the best one. Not for farming, it's fucking garbage for farming, but for a typical normie player, Atlas and default are what you use the overwhelming majority of the time. Because Atlas, first off, just removes debuffs, no question asked. all of them. All the debuffs, all gone. So it gets rid of all kinds of obnoxious boss gimmicks, you know, buff block, big attack downs, defense downs, dot stacking, you know, you name it, right? It just gets rid of all that bullshit. And there's I could never even list off all the challenge quests and main story fights where there are really nasty debuffs, and being able to just get rid of them is a huge game changer. Even when you are using Asclepius, you need more, right? Sometimes you need Asclepius and the Mystic Code. So the debuff clear will buy you generally more than a turn, right? A lot of times the debuffs you have on you can take more than a turn away from you. So the debuff clear can easily buy 2 turns plus, but sometimes just 1 turn, and then sometimes 0 turns because there's no debuffs. So you don't always use Atlas, because if there literally are no debuffs and they don't have sure hit, then it's questionable. But then invulnerabilities, one of the best survivability things you can have, because it trumps sure hit, is just that unit will live a turn pretty much no matter what, unless they have pierce invulnerability. And then the cooldown reduction, which is very hard to quantify, but as long as you actually get the skills sooner and they're good skills that are worth a damn, that easily buys you a turn. And sometimes it allows you to do strategies that you can't do otherwise. It lets George have taunt up for 6 turns straight and things like that. Easily buys you a turn and can easily buy you multiple turns. And if you're like coup soloing or something, it can buy you like 4 or 5 turns just because it lets you cycle again, right? It's ridiculous. So Atlas is almost unquantifiable on how much value it can potentially get you. Now, there are some stages where it'll basically get you no value at all because there's no debuffs. They might have pierce invulnerability, or you don't even need survivability because your unit's got it on lock. And like the cooldown reduction is all you're going to get, right? So then the value is but then you just use default, right? But there's basically no reason to use any Mystic Code other than those 4, like ever. I can almost never think of a circumstance where you want a different Mystic Code, even if you are a whale. Yeah, Atlas is almost always the most useful for hard fights, but when it's not, then it's default. Unless you've got really strong units, and then a lot of times it's the Switch Mystic Code. And occasionally it's the Switch Mystic Code regardless. Now, there are other Mystic Codes that are good for farming, right? You've got the Hogwarts one, just because, bam, 20% battery. That can let you NP like turn 1 with a regular K-scope with any unit and save your other resources to NP again, all kinds of stuff. It's not that good of a Mystic Code outside of that, though, specifically. You got the Babylonia one, which I actually like a lot, because let's say you fall short on looping. Let's say you NP turn 1 because you're doing Scatty or Castoria. So you NP turn 1, but your refund is actually short. Doesn't quite do it. Then you do the Babylonia NP and you get that extra battery, and now you can NP again, and that NP has NP gain up from the Babylonia Mystic Code, and then now it's even easier to get the next NP. So that's really nice for farming, and if you happen to you have some kind of use of your Buster cards, the Buster Up does something. But yeah, those 2 are good for farming. Yeah, the 20% battery is not the only good thing about it. The heal is something, right? Obviously, it's kind of a long cooldown though, unlike default, so it's not as good and it's hard to level. And the shuffle, it's like the shuffled hand could be worse than, you know, what you had anyway, so it's random. But if you have a terrible hand, or you just got to have that art card and you didn't get it, you can shuffle and try to get it. So the shuffle's okay, but it's not even guaranteed value. It's not even remotely guaranteed value. It's just total, and that's kind of why the Hogwarts Mystic Code really articulates what I'm talking about so many Mystic Codes being dog shit, right? Okay, the battery might not actually buy you a turn, but it can. The battery definitely can, but you NPing a turn sooner, it can make a difference, right? So we'll give that a turn of value. But then the shuffle doesn't really, it can give you value, it can hurt your value, and if it does give you value, you could have just gotten those cards on that turn without it, if you had gotten better luck. So it doesn't really, it's not really doing anything. It's just changing RNG that could have been different to start with. And then the heal is in some cases good because it is an AoE heal, but it's a longer cooldown. Because something I didn't mention on the default Mystic Code, and this is actually a big mistake of, I should have mentioned this. Because the default Mystic Code's cooldown on its heal is so short, you can cast it multiple times pretty easily. And then throughout a longer fight, you might cast the heal 3 or 4 times. So the value just keeps ramping up, right? Where you're not doing that with the Hogwarts one. And it takes so long to level that one that, like, you get, wow, maybe you get a turn of value out of that Mystic Code. Great, right? Like that's so far behind the other ones, and that's just the problem with all the Mystic Codes they make. They normally will give them a good skill, one skill that's really good, and the other two are just way too situational and they're not solid. Where the big four, it's just everything's solid. It's super easy to get value out of every single skill that they have, right? And it's just guaranteed value. Everything does something, right? With the other Mystic Codes, it's like, yeah, maybe it does something, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it helps a lot, maybe it helps a little, right? It's just, they're very inconsistent. And they don't, even when they get lucky, they're normally not that good, right? So, okay, let's get back to Gilgamesh here. Kind of got off topic there. The Hawaiian one is okay, I guess, for farming, but I actually prefer the other two that I mentioned. That one is just stylish. That's the selling point of that one, is it's stylish. The thing is, 2004 is not good. Like, when you just size it up, it's just not good. Right? It's better than some of the other dog shit, sure, but when you compare it to the big four, it's just worse. It's way more situational, and it just does less. You know, like attack up is better than NP up. That's not even close, right? Like it has less survivability. It's unreliable, and it's okay, right? It's okay, but it's way worse than the other ones. It's not even close. Again, the proof is in the pudding. There's a reason nobody uses that Mystic Code when they're doing hard content. When did you ever see somebody fighting Fluffy using 2004? Like, when did you ever see somebody doing that, right? Because anytime there's a hard fight, nobody uses it, ever. Like, literally ever. Yeah, it is probably better at farming, but even then, I think there's better alternatives. Like, 2004 is one of those Mystic Codes that's almost good enough to be usable, right? It's almost there, but it's just trumped. Every team I have ever seen use 2004 would just be better if it used a different Mystic Code instead. Maybe not light years better, but it would either be tied or better, right? So it's pointless. Other than farming, obviously. There's a little bit of use for it in farming, but even then, I don't find it that useful for that either. Okay, trying to be silly here, so I could do Poster Girl, but I'm so anti-Poster Girl that I never really want to use it, but it would be good here. It'd actually probably be better if I gave Gil, like, K-Scope, but I don't really want to do that. Because then he could just NP right off the bat. Now, if I bought Gil's passive, I could actually NP right off the bat anyway. Because he's at 50, he's got his battery at 30, that's 80, and then Qingong puts him at 90, and then if he just unlocked his second skill, boom, he's at 100. Actually, I'm gonna go ahead and get that. Not for this, but just because I know for a fact, at some point, I want to get Gil's second passive. I know for a fact that I want to get it at some point. If I get more Gil coins or not, I know I'm getting that one. So, I'm gonna go ahead and get it. I probably will try to get more Gil coins though, because I might 120 Gil, just because I like him a lot, and it'd be really funny to see like just how much like you could get Gate of Babylon from his Buster card, like how much damage you could get it to do. I'm kind of new. I'm assuming you mean FGO, but I need to know if I get a 5 craft essence 2 times. Oh, I think you're saying if you get a 5-star craft essence 2 times, am I guaranteed a 5-star? Nope. So FGO has absolutely no safety net in any way at all. It is always completely random. You could get a spook. You get a 5-star spook over and over and over and over and over again. And you might say that's incredibly dumb, and you would be correct. It is incredibly dumb. The whole FGO well, actually, not the whole FGO community. 90% of the FGO community hates it, but then there's 10% on Copium that defends it and says it's good for the game, which is nonsense. But yeah, unfortunately, FGO is one of the only gacha games out there. There's no safety net for 4 stars, 5 stars. It doesn't matter how many times you get spooked. It's just complete RNG shit show. So, good luck. I wish you the best. I've definitely seen an increase though in people defending no safety net and stuff like that. I tell you, man, some people they're so obsessed with FGO that they're not thinking like objectively about it, right? And they take criticisms of the game as a personal attack. The thing is, you can like something and still criticize it, and you should actually. Okay, we're gonna be like a mixture of, I'm not gonna be completely disgusting, because if I was being completely disgusting I would use Waver, but we're gonna be a little disgusting here. What's really fucked up about Waver is I could get my NP the normal way, save Gil's thing, and then cycle, and then so they have NP, and then cycle with Waver, then use a third skill and Waver, and then just NP again, right? I could get really ridiculous like that. I should bring the defense removal command code, but I'm not going to because one, I'm lazy and the command code UI is bad, and two, because, you know, let's see how much damage we can do. Can you imagine, chat, how nice that would be if you kept getting the 5-star craft essence, if they just guarantee that you eventually got the 5-star unit? Wouldn't that be swell? Not to be, unfortunately. Do I bother with Shakespeare? Why not? What do we give him? I guess Star Bomb? Yeah, I know I can be very abrasive, chat, but if you ever have like newbie questions, by all means ask. I'm actually like more willing to answer newbie questions like from a day one player or whatever than I am to like, are you gonna roll on the 5-star? Right, like that's the stuff that pisses me off. Do I give... You know what? Let's do this. Just star bombs everywhere, and it's. You know what? I don't think we even need a final unit. Although I could use a switch mystic code, but I could just do that on Shakespeare. I don't think we even need a final unit here. Should not be necessary. Now we are at class neutral, right? So we're not going to be shredding like you would if you were like fighting a Saber, but this should still be plenty. I'll do account reviews again at some point, but the problem is almost all the account reviews that were sent in were just flex accounts, and there's nothing to talk about there really, and a lot of them they didn't even like, I mean, I didn't see that many, but like it was just flex, 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 and a lot of them didn't do a lot to like talk about the account and make it more interesting. So I'll look at it again though. I haven't actually checked in it a while, so we'll see what's there and what we can do. Because flex accounts can be entertaining, they absolutely can be, but just depends, really. I feel like Zenobia is not going to do a lot here. I really feel like that's the case, but we shall see. My I Love Joker account isn't a flex account. I would actually like input. Okay, we'll check that one then. Bias, by the way, but Arjuna gets... Look, I think chat will even agree with me. Arjuna gets special treatment because Arjuna deserves it, right? I Love Arjuna is basically chat's grandma, and you treat your grandma right, thank you. So, yeah, Arjuna gets to cut the line a bit. Okay, let's see. Really good opening hand in terms of just getting refund here. What am I? I don't even know, Otto. We don't talk about that. I've seen some shit. Okay. I guess you just have Zenobia do this. I don't even know if we need it, but fuck it. Do I have her use her second skill just for the battery? It's a shame that she's gonna hit 90%. If she had her passive, actually, she could get her NP right there. Okay. Do I even need the Buster Up from Chin? Probably not. Let me think. We might. We don't need it for Asterios, and I'm gonna art. I mean, I've only got double attack up. I could do the attack up from the Mystic Code and hold the Buster Up, but Chin Gong could die. I guess we save the attack up and do the Buster Up. We'll see what happens here. You know what? We're gonna use Zenobia for Star Bomb support here, because Gil has Star Absorb. You know what's sad, chat? I should. Oh, this is so sad. I should switch her out of the team. I should switch in. I should do the switch Mystic Code and put in Shakespeare. I won't, but I absolutely should. That would be better, because we get more stars. We would like guarantee crit, and then we get another battery after we NP, and then we get another Buster Up. Right? It's just better. Shame Gilgamesh got that many cards. Star Absorb. Oh my god. I have underestimated We just wasted so many resources. We just overkilled super hard, dude. Well, we can NP again. Who needs Merlin and Oberyn and Vinch and all that? You don't even need it, man. We're not even counterclassing. At least she has a defense up now, so that'll slow us down a bit. They didn't even attack. They did not even attack Qin Gong. I should just switch out Zenobia, excuse me. There's like no point. Like, who cares if she NPs? Because if I get rid of Qin, I'm like wasting the taunt, right? It's like what am I doing here? I could give the taunt to Gilgamesh just so he gets refund off of it, but he could get the drain too. I don't even know. I could taunt myself just for the crit down. Yeah, fuck it. We don't even need it. Oh, we're trying to make Zenobia do something here, but it's not happening. I guess we do the attack up just because she's got the defense up. Gil's so cool though. I don't even feel bad about this. I'm not gonna lie. I don't even feel bad about this. Like who doesn't like Gate of Babylon spam and fucking AO blast all over the screen? It's great. Will she survive? Nope. Hey guys, Zenobia got her NP. Huzzah! I mean, she won't embarrass herself here. I'll do slow-mo in case she kills, because she might double crit. And maybe she kills here. Because she has Gil's charisma still. She has her charisma. And then she's got art up, and then we get our crit up. Okay, well we didn't crit with that, so that's not a good start. I feel like Gilgamesh would approve of that. Yeah, it's okay. Alright, I think she got it. I'm ready to zeet the app in case she kills here. Hey, she got it. I mean, it worked. You know, it worked. We got. I don't know how much we can credit her for it because we could have just had like another proper support. But the thing is, I will say this. Actually, I feel like for another support to be like on par with what she offered the team there, they'd probably have to be a 5-star one. And she's a 4-star, and she's also DPS because like a second Qin Gong is overkill damage and not enough battery. And the buffs don't linger. And like Hans isn't enough battery, and you don't really need the stars or crits there. And so yeah, really the only other the things that would be better than her there would be, I mean, maybe Billy, because I mean Billy could just blow up Asterios at the end. But the only things that would really be better would be like Waver, Merlin, Vinch, right, stuff like that. But those are 5-stars for the most part. But I mean, it wasn't bad. I mean, she did fine. She wasn't obviously like the MVP, but it was solid support. We need a Gil emote, maybe someday, maybe for our laugh emote or something. I have a lot of emote slots. All right, I think we go to NA now. This event sucks. There's really no fun to be had on it, and I've been enjoying Saber Wars, so. Hey, her vanilla charisma, it still has 3 turns, so it's not even bad. I mean, 20% damage, 3 turns, and then you get the crit thing too. Totally fine. A lot of people think crit down doesn't exist, like they think it doesn't do anything. But it does. The crit down is awesome. Obviously, it's not good for farming, but I mean, she doesn't need any help for farming, right? Gil's really not outdated though. I mean, there's literally nothing outdated by murdering everything, which he does, right? Like, he has no problem, like, imagine, like, he can still 3-turn challenge quests and he can 3-turn farm. How is that outdated? right? It's like he murder thing good. There's nothing outdated about that, right? There's a lot of other, you know what, you know what's outdated? Jekyll and Hyde. That's outdated, right? There's nothing outdated about Gil. He's got abnormally high NP damage to this day because he basically gets single target damage in AoE. So to this day, his NP damage is extremely good. He has a large battery. He can get crits easy because of the Star Absorb. He has team-wide attack up for, you know, he gets it for himself and for everybody else. He's got NP gain up, which works well with his hit count. You know, this is an NP up every time he NPs. This is fine. This is a totally fine toolkit. Is it the best in the game? No. But just because you don't have the best toolkit in the entire game doesn't make you outdated. I was like, wow, you're not Castoria? Wow, how cringe, bro, right? Like, you don't have to be the absolute best thing in the game to still be, you know, current and keeping up with the young whippersnappers just fine. And Gil does. He has literally no problems wrecking shit, which I think we just demonstrated just fine. Merlin or bust. Wow, your buffs don't last 5 turns and you can't reapply them before they're gone? Wow, what a bad unit. Alright, it's JK time because we said we would do this yesterday, and I don't think she can do it, right? But we'll see how she do. I see Say gave her a gutsy E, that makes sense. No command codes though, not even some vanilla stuff. And I bet you he did that because he didn't have any faith in her winning with or without them, so he was like, why bother? Yeah, Gil is a bit vanilla, I would agree with that, but that doesn't make him outdated or bad. And a lot of times vanilla ends up being better sometimes, because sometimes straightforward stuff is like what you need. Alright, what's the play here? She might want default. That's right, so they do buff block until a few turns in. It comes down to if I think the heal will buy her a turn or not. And I'm kind of leaning towards not. Maybe Anniversary Blonde. Yep, I think Anniversary Blonde. Sucks because they have Buster Resist for a while, but I think this could work. We might give her a couple of attempts. Even on her best attempt though, with the best setup, I don't think she can do this. Because it was too close on those other units, right? Like, the only unit that it wasn't that close on, I guess, was Chaco Jana, but she's like disgustingly OP. But like Gwaine barely did it, and he's an event servant, and even Summer Masashi barely did it, and stuff like that. And that Summer Masashi was super upgraded, so I feel like. And does Gozen have all of her buffs on NA? I think she might be missing one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. It's been 2 years since the last time she was buffed. I don't really keep track of NA too much. Okay, well, atrocious opening hand, so this does not bode well. In a way, though, Herc isn't vanilla at all, because no other servant really, when you think about it, Herc is actually one of a kind. There is no other servant in the game that just has a billion guts and then gets a buster up every fucking time a guts goes off, and then has so many guts that their gut skill comes off cooldown again, right? Like, that's not really vanilla, actually. That's basically this Herc, right? Like, it's just Herc being Herc. Okay, at least we got crits here, that helps. I could try to charm Gwaine to slow down the tide, but I feel like I should wait until we're actually in a solo to do that. Could you just triple crit here? Could we just get, like, really lucky? No? Okay, at least we got 2. She needs to at least be able to kill next turn, which I think she can. Don't do that! Don't do that! Okay, at least she died. Okay. The bad news is we still can't use any of our buffs because we have not killed the squid yet. If I wait to charm until Gwaine is alone, then that means I get like more value out of it, but I think I do it now because if he buster attacks me, he's probably going to kill me. And if I charm him and it makes the turn go by, those buffs will wear off. Okay, I need to kill here. Last time I crit, this time I probably won't. I think I have to do Buster Art Buster, which really sucks because I might not get my NP. But I've got to make sure I kill. Like, failing to kill here is absolutely... I forgot about the Buster Resist. Which is funny because I didn't forget about it last turn, but Fuck. I'm not sure he would have killed, though, if I did, like, Buster Art. Well, that's probably our death. Because now we're a whole turn behind. Uh-oh. Mix stars, please? I wonder if Buster Resist lowers your star gen with Buster cards. Wouldn't shock me if it does. Because the reverse is true. Guess I didn't die there. Okay. Do I want to crit now because it's a Buster chain? How many stars do I think she's gonna make? We're only hitting 2 targets, not 3. So I'm trying to think if I need... I think I should crit here, because doesn't she do crit damage yeah, because we do the NP first, so we'll have the crit damage here. But, now that I think about it though, I think I need the Buster up. No, I don't. I don't need the Buster up for the next health bar. Because he's a Lancer. Yeah, no, we do it now then. Little shaky on if we crit or not, but as long as we actually crit here, it's really good. No, it's not. No, it's not. Oh my god, Gozen is so bad here. It wouldn't even matter. She's so bad here. She is so bad here because of the Buster Resist. Like, and she can't live long enough. If she was, you know, Choco, like if Choco Jana was Buster, it wouldn't really matter because Choco Jana lives for like 90 million turns and she can, you know, get through the chicken, right? She can make some chicken tenders, no problem. Where, we can't fucking do that. And by the time we actually get to that stupid chicken, we're gonna be dead. So, I'm actually surprised that she did that much damage there. I'm legitimately surprised that we did that well with the Buster Resist. Hey, look, we didn't get, insta-killed, but it doesn't even matter. The dot is also gonna run our day. So I have to somehow kill this guy. We're doomed. I actually think though she could potentially beat this if she was level 100, NP5, 10 best command codes ever. You min-max until you figure out the best Mystic code, because I'm not convinced this is the best Mystic code. And then you get lucky. Then I think she can win. Guys, just all that. That's all you gotta do, chat. You just gotta get level 100, 10, NP5, good command codes, find the best Mystic code, get super lucky. That's it. And then you win, guys. How simple is that, right? No problem. Because she's actually not that far off. And if we could have like min-max, if we had like our NP right now, and then we did the Buster crit turn now and stuff, we'd still lose. It actually wouldn't be enough to win right now, but you know, you'd be getting something going. She can definitely do better than this, though. We can do better than this. Like, if I had saved the crits and everything for the next round, like right now, that would have been a lot better. Not that we actually make it to our NP here, but you know what I mean. Like, we could have if things went a bit better. Better performance than I thought. Legitimately better performance than I thought, and there was room for improvement, but not beating it at level 90. Like, no way. All right, chat. Was there anything else we wanted to test here? Because we beat this a few times yesterday. I'm trying to think if there's anyone else we want to give a go to. I would wait. Is Nero? Why is Nero a bonus servant? What? I was gonna say Nero would be a fun pick, but because she's a bonus servant, it's not gonna be that interesting. Why on earth is she a bonus servant here? Is it just because she's an Artoria face? But she really isn't anymore, by the way. Like she was an okay. Nero was an Artoria face in Fate Extra, right? But as time has gone on, right, and they've like completely changed her art, like literally, look at what Nero looks like now versus what she looked like in Fate Extra. It's completely different. She doesn't look the same at all, right? She's had plastic surgery. And so now she is not an Artoria face anymore, but she used to be for sure. All those Artorias were spooks, by the way. Oh, you mean the right here? Oh, Jesus. You know, we could give Artoria a shot, but, she doesn't get bonus damage here. She just gets the hair thing. If this was JP Artoria, she might have a snowball chance in hell. But I don't think she could do this. Why are we using so many Buster Servants? Buster Servants have such a bad time here. Why do I keep doing this to them? I'm making them suffer. It's because there's so many Buster Sabers. It's because laser beams. Honestly, the tank probably has a better chance here than Artoria. Because she's art. And the issue would be the normal card damage at the beginning. That part could be bad. What about, do you have Shiki on NA, Beastly? Because I know you rolled for Fujino. So, I assume you've got, I just want to see if, like, if yours is, like, the biggest one we got or not. Because we've got, Zawz there. Bart has no chance in hell. There's literally, it's so outside of his range. We could try a few units just for fun and see how far they get, but I can tell you right now, Bart is going to have a very bad time. Hopefully he better be level 100. I tell you what, if you have maximum Bart, right, he's like level 100, you know, 10, 10, 10, NP5, I will try him. I know he's not going to win, but we'll at least test him. But if it's like some scuffed ass, you know, level 80, 6, 10, 6 or some nonsense like that, that's not happening. Muramasa doesn't even exist yet over here. Yagyu would be interesting because he's single target. That's actually not bad here. Yagyu could probably do this because he's art. He's super survivable. I could see him doing this, especially the JP. Sitting Master from JP would shit on this, but on an NA it might be a little tough. Try Saber Gilius. I'm trying to see I'm wanting an update on that black part, but I'm not seeing anything. Yagyu has event bonus. Damn it! Yeah, I'd make it too easy. All right. Well, if your black Bart's is at least 100, 10, 10, 10. We'll give it a go. Your CE is obviously bad because, you know, he's quick, but we'll still do it. It's actually super bad because not only is he not Buster, but the enemies have Buster resist, so that's pretty shit. Yeah, you gotta send me. Hold on, I gotta make room. Send me your code, and then add me as well. That way, no one has to actually click the approve thing. I just got rid of Hex's invite. Feels bad. Shouldn't have done that. That's probably enough. Alright, give me the digits. Nero Bride could probably do it. The only issue for Nero Bride, it'd be kind of luck. As long as she didn't explode to Gwen's normal card damage, she would win. Because she's actually one of the better solo units if she doesn't just explode. But she has no hard survival, so that would be the problem there. That is a 6, not an 8. Alright, I'm hoping you got my digits there, and if you add me, you'll pop up. But before we do that, I'll probably try one of these sabers here. Hey, Peep, what's up? I mean, they just shouldn't have done anything that they did with Jock Demoli, because it's just OC. Like, you could just make a different character. There's no reason to make it Jock Demoli. That was just stupid. So, I'm quite sure Nero can do it, so that might be interesting to see, but unless I just play like dog shit, I don't see any reason why Nero couldn't do this. Like, she's art, she's AoE, she's an event bonus, she's a good solo unit, especially in AoE situations. So she would not have a problem here. I've already done it with Gwen. And I don't think he could do it if he wasn't an event servant. That is a scuffed ass Nero Bride right there. I was wanting to see if we had a Shiki Saber. We got Zawz, but I want to know if we got a better one because there's no command codes under that. My Shiki is up. Okay, I'm not getting you because you know how this game is. I'm kind of curious what... I know Beastly Shiki on JP is super strong. Look at this guy! Look, and it's just there. And he's just sitting there because he knows what slot I'm doing. I mean, that would probably work. By the way, I hate this. This is so stupid because... No, look, this is bullshit. Because it's actually good here, right? Like it's unironically good here because taunt doesn't work, and if you lose, it's because of Gwen's normal card damage, and so it's actually good here. But it's only because of the really weird gimmicks here, right? You don't normally put it on a solo unit because like there's no DPS, and especially on units like Ku and stuff. You know, I'm not gonna get into the math on that again, but it's like. It just happens to be good here, right? It just happens to be good here. We actually might try that in a second because She might be able to win like that, actually, because that does compensate for the problem she has here. Like, it really does. Alright, I'm not getting anything else, so we'll use it. We'll do that, and then we'll do Black Bart, and then we'll do Shiki. And then we'll probably move on. She normally wants Atlas, but this is so bursty, I'm thinking default is what we want. Her problem is just going to be, single target goes a lot slower because of the chicken. Like, the chicken is going to make a lot of problems. It has flat damage? Oh yeah, excuse me, chat. That totally makes up for the 0 attack stat. I just had to say that, because when I said that, he knew. Like, when I said the whole, if she loses, it's because of, you know, Gwen just melting her and all that, like at the start, and he was like, it's my time. Why does this keep happening? Like, how come when we are in units that, you know, we're not really sure if they can solo it or not, how come the first hand is always this? This game... And then we don't even get a good follow-up. This is not even a remotely good follow-up. I think we're gonna lose just because of this. Like, we were pushing it before, but this is awful. I'm not even sure I can kill this thing next turn. Yeah, we can't. That's insane. Like, that's so unlucky. What do I even do? I might have to attack up here. That's probably won't make a difference. I gotta reset. That's. You have to do some damage in the first 2 turns. Like, that's incredibly slow. We got no NP gain. We got no damage. Okay, we'll stick with this one just to keep it consistent here, but I see that beastly. In today's episode of Kitchen Nightmares, sucks for Nero Bride that George doesn't give her NP on death like normal, because she doesn't have starting NP like this. Well, I got a card, but it literally doesn't do anything because of the Buster resist, so this is actually worse than last time because I don't have stars now. Well, that would normally be good, but because of the gimmick here, that is not good. Hopefully the extra attack and the art card are enough to get it low. I doubt it though. I somehow, even though she has really good normal card damage, we can't get shit. We can probably kill. We can probably kill. Would one of you all like to buff? Didn't think so. Okay. Are you kidding me? Let's be honest, there is no world where they gender bend a female to a male. Like, excuse me, like there's a... Like, yeah, you all wish. Like, that ain't gonna fucking happen. There's a pretty specific reason why they do it the way that they do it. Alright, I need my NP really bad. I wonder if I do the NP gain up. I think... Oh, I can't. We don't have the... I can't buff, right? Okay, the extra attack, I'm hoping bails us out here. Nope. That's absurd. I mean, she's a 5-star. She's a level 100 5-star. It is not hard for her to kill that by that turn. I can't even heal because the defense up will whiff. I guess I do this heal. This is so bad. Like, it's just way too slow. Like, I need to NP right now. I need to NP the chicken right now. There's no good play here. All bad. I think she might be able to beat this, but not if it goes like this. Like, you've gotta be going faster. Because now, by the time I finally get the chicken set up, we're gonna be fucked up. At least Gwen didn't crit us. Okay. This skill is legitimately really good. Right, the defense up, gonna last the whole time here. Except it doesn't matter because we're gonna get insta-deathed. And even if we didn't get insta-death, then you don't want to heal, so you have to kill the stupid chicken or the starfish a turn faster. That's really frustrating because out of all the units we've used, she's actually the most likely one to kill it on time. Like, well, other than Masashi Berserker, because Berserker, but all the other Sabers we've used, Nero Bride is the most likely to kill on time. Because she is a 5-star and level 100 and so on. Although I guess the CE is not the best for it. Okay, not a good opening hand, but way better than what we had on the previous one, so I will fucking take it. The only time they would ever make a female male is if it was like someone that they hadn't already like talked about or hyped up. But if, like, for example, if there was like let's say it was a female character that was known in Fate Strange Fake or in Arcade or Fate Laundry Basket, you know, whatever. So they're a known character in Fate, and they were really popular, or even just, you know, had a decent following, right? They were just, you know, a female waifu that people really wanted. And when they finally put it in FGO, they made them a dude. I mean, it would just be endless hate, right? I mean, you would have that. Remember the Cersei guy? It'd be so much of that. It'd be so much more of that. Like, it would be, they would never do that. Like, the reverse of what they just did, they would never do, which is why you shouldn't do it, right? It's stupid. Because even if it pisses off less people, you're still pissing off people. When you in this case, you could have had your cake and have eaten it too, right? Okay, so I don't really have any damage here either, because I don't know why, but this is really frustrating because on the second turn, when George is dead, you have a 50% chance to get a Brave Chain, and I haven't gotten it once. And actually, I did once. It was just double Buster, which they have Buster resist, so. But it's been overwhelmingly not getting her cards. So I did the quick chain because I need to just somehow crit here. That's our chance. Please kill. I don't feel like I'm asking for too much to kill by killing on this turn. Like, I don't think that's that unlikely. I just think we just cannot fucking get cards. Well, we are screwed again. I could kill it and then target switch, but it's terrible. I don't understand why she can't do this. This is stupid. I don't feel like this is her fault at all. This is just insanely bad RNG. The thing is, Arthur only happened because, one, Arthur already had a design to begin with, right? Like, they'd always had a male King Arthur. So that's a big part of it. And also because it is such a popular legend. There's no comparing, you know, even Van Gogh, as popular as Van Gogh is, there's no comparing Van Gogh to King Arthur, right? And not only that, but then the role of King Arthur / Artoria, you know, is in the main flagship of the series, right? In Fate Stay Night. So obviously it's not, you know, it's not, because look, there's a huge difference in how they handle Artoria versus how they handle basically every other character that has ever existed, right? Like, if they do an alternate version of a lot of the characters, they're going to find a reason for them to be a different class and so on and so forth. Meanwhile, Artoria has Artoria Alter, Artoria Lily, which are all Sabers, you know, and all look quite similar, right? She's the only character they would do that with, right? Maybe Nero, because Nero had Fate CCC, and that's why you have Nero Bride and then regular Nero. But Nero is also one of the most popular characters in Fate as well, and she's also in one of the main series, kind of. But they don't do that very often, right? That kind of like thing is pretty rare. So Arthur getting added wasn't even... Dude, fuck this game. What? Like, why? Why is every goddamn hand garbage? Anyway, you know, I remember when I first got into FGO, it was just obvious that Arthur was going to get added. It was just obvious because they had already added, you know, Protoku was in, things like that. And then Arthur was really popular, and Natsu had said he likes Prototype and everything, so it was just, there was no question that was getting in. We literally just need one good hand to see how, like, she's going to fare here. Can I just get like an art and a quick, right? That'd be nice. Art and an art. No, oh, it's if I get every time. I'm don't think I'm wrong here. I think every single time she's at least gotten 2 cards, it's always had a buster, so it doesn't really do anything. So she either gets 1 card or she gets no cards. I guess to be fair, because she has double buster, it is harder for her to get good damage on turn. Turn 1 though is not really the turn that matters. It's obviously nice if you get a freebie. This is the turn that matters, and it's this every time. And she literally, Scath has gotten a Brave Chain, I think, every single time. I think except once. I think one time we got it, but then it was like double buster. Yeah, it was. The only time we've ever gotten a Nero Brave Chain on turn 2, which I will remind you is a 50% chance to happen. It was double buster. So, like, this is crazy. Like, I'm literally not fishing for anything that rare. Look, I'm not even, like, you know, I'm not a Notoria fan, so in a way I'm biased, but I always admit, you know, she's written pretty well, and, like, other characters play off of her well, like in Fate Zero and stuff, and so I'm fine. I know she's popular, so I'm fine with there being, you know, more Notorias and stuff, but it's just absurd. I mean, it's just ridiculous. We have ults to the ults to the ults, and it's just so boring. Every fucking time they add a new Notoria, I'm just like, really? Oh, look, we don't even get a card. Yay, it's great, so fun. I don't understand why George keeps getting Brave Chains and Scat keeps getting Brave Chains. I'm literally losing my mind right now, because I'm legitimately curious how she does here, and it's not asking for too much for her to get a couple of cards here. Okay, at least this one isn't double buster, right? Like, obviously the first turn was atrocious, but at least this one's not double buster. No, this is a slight improvement. The dream, though, is you just get, like, 2 any cards in the first hand, like Art or Art Quick or whatever, and then you get a decent second hand. Because it's 50-50 on getting a Brave Chain. I think she has it now, though. After a billion tries, we somehow killed this thing. Do I want flat damage versus 30% crit chance? Probably the flat damage, because it ignores the bust resistance. 30% crit chance is still unlikely to crit, so. I'm so glad she just crit there. I don't think she would have killed otherwise. Okay, let's see here. I don't mind Zenobia, but I don't hype her at all. She's kind of just there, but at least she's not a gender bend. And she's unique, right, in terms of like what they're doing, so I don't mind. Yeah, I'm not a fan of the NP gain down, but we can make do. I'm trying to think what I want to do here. I think I cast this actually. Wait, does she have her buff yet? I have no idea if she has her first skill buff on NA. I don't think she does. And I know she doesn't have her other buff, because that was not... Wait, she does? Really? Okay, well, fuck it. I guess we, Here's the thing. I don't actually have to kill the chicken, because I'm not gonna use my buster cards anyway, but I don't want the insta-death. This, I don't know. There is a real argument to be made, though, to just go ham on Gwen right now. Like, just start looping on Gwen right now. And then you just hope that you don't get insta-deathed. Because Gwen is the one that does damage, and I don't give a fuck about my buster cards. This is really iffy, but I'm doing it. If I get insta-deathed, I'm gonna regret every decision I am making right now. Dude, I want Henry V. I want Butch Cassidy. Red Baron. That'd be a good one. Green Knight, obviously. Doc Holliday. That'd be a good one. Sir K. Technically not new, I guess, but he's not in the game. Want Sir K quite a lot. Actual Vortigern would have been pretty nice. That's one I've been asking for that for years. Like, my top picks were Vortigern, like Henry V and Green Knight, right? And so when they added Vortigern, but it's not actually Vortigern, but it is actually Vortigern, I'm not a fan. I really don't want to get skill sealed right now. But I don't think I have a lot of choice in the matter. Gwen, how about you just not, you know, how about you just, you know, let me resist it, you know, that'd be good. Also, don't insta-kill me. That's definitely the bigger problem here. Do I want stars? Yes, but there's a 50% crit on the art card that doesn't have Star Bomb. Why is it always like this? But 40%, I just, boy, I don't like that. I feel like you're missing out on value no matter what. 2 crits though, that's good. Beethoven would be cool. I can get behind Beethoven big time. Beethoven and Bach, that'd both be awesome. Because they're very different personalities than Mozart, but they're super famous and everything, and more composers I think would be cool. Cool. Okay, no insta-death. I think we win. It's actually not even close. Newton, that'd be cool. So as for characters though that exist but aren't in, I want like Maxwell's Demon. That's really high on my list. Agravain and Cirque. Man, if we could have killed right there if we'd gotten luckier. I didn't really want to give Gwaine another turn because if he had Buster crit us there, that would have been a catastrophe. Okay, 3,000 turns later, I can finally get my defense up. This was actually pretty smooth, though. Yeah, Zeus. Yeah, that's a big one. Zeus and Mars. So we can target switch here. Abzu is another one. He's been mentioned in Fate, but he doesn't have an official design, but I like Abzu a lot in Legend and stuff. I've seen quite a few people out there that want Maxwell's Demon, though, because I just think he's like a design type that they don't really have, right? And he's kind of that just villain type that I think people like, so I think I hope when they do a round of bronzes, if they ever do that again, I hope he gets in that way. That would make sense. Crap, we didn't break there. That sucks. I think it's okay, but the problem is the burn. Crap, I would have won this turn and wouldn't have to roll the dice. But because of the burn, I'm a little worried, and he's got the crit up and everything. Shit. Yeah, I thought what I should have done was normal attack Gwaine and impede the chicken, but I didn't think we would fail to break there at all. I thought we were good. Let's not die to the freaking chicken. Seeing a chicken get a break bar is pretty funny. Oh no. Woo, boy! Okay, well we got it. We obviously win now because we got the NP. So she did it. Jesus Christ, that was close. Dude, if we had lost to the chicken at the end... Like, you're actually dinner. Okay. Do Blackport next, and then I think we will move on. I have no idea what to do here. Default or Atlas? I'm thinking Atlas, just because of the debuffs. The HP stat on Caneth helped. I mean, if we had a higher attack stat, we would have won sooner, so we wouldn't have needed that help. Dude, if I know for a fact, because oh my god, if that guy, if the evil one made a video of that stage, he would bring up the fact that the flat damage command code ignores the buster resistance. Which it does, and then the flat damage on the Caneth CD ignores the buster resistance, and this opens up. That's the reason, chat, why Nero Bride gets to ignore the chicken, which does the least damage to her, right? So keeping the chicken alive the longest is the best. So and because she's not a buster unit, she can keep the chicken alive, and it's all fine, right? Like that's why, clearly. Nice hand. Why do you have to say that? Because then I know exactly what it is. Every goddamn time, dude. But the root, chat. Everyone always talking about the root when it comes to voice cheeky. Not really helping right now, is it? Alright, just crit. Look at this, 50, 40, 60. We could theoretically just shred it here. The tank, yep. Or just don't crit a single time. You know, how about that? Imagine having all the, like, you know, jeez. Okay, oh, lovely. Lovely, didn't even kill Scav. Why? I should have just beaten this stage and moved on. We've beaten it with a bunch of units. Should have just left it in the dust. It's making me mad now. Can I just do Black Bart and then can we just like murder it? Cause I don't want to deal with the RNG no more. And Black Bart, let's be honest, isn't winning this one way or the other. So. At least Black Bart's NP is quick, so he can just, you know, pew that way real quick. And hey, he counterclasses the why am I not getting the guy here? Might need you to relog, because not happening. You haven't beaten it with Ongra? Good luck with that one. Necromancy meme, let's go. I don't think he'll live long enough for Atlas, so I think you do default. Man, 1 stars are just so sad when they're DPS units. Like, their stats just are not high enough. 120 though. One day. Because Black Bart's so cool, dude. Like, he's awesome. I like Black Bart more than everything that they did in this event, by the way. Two stars are so much better off as DPS. It's like noticeably better. 3 star though is clearly the way to go. How come he's counterclassing? He doesn't need it. Why does first try just walks in here like, yeah, I'll just get a Brave Chain. It's all good. Doesn't even need it. I'm trying to think. If I'm gonna NP, I'm not sure I even attack this guy. I need to get rid of the buff block though as soon as possible. I guess I do that then. But I could kill that one with the NP really easy. Real shame that the other ones aren't bronze. So if the chicken was bronze, that would really help. What is this? I'm so fucking fuck you. Fuck this curse words. Noises! God, this, I don't need to say anything. Chat knows. Like, what the fuck is this? They just get everything. Alright, just kill it and whatever, it's great. First try, boys. We didn't even go to the 3rd turn. He's already killed it. It's just sad though because he has no chance at beating this stage. Like absolutely no chance. Like not even close. And I hate that because he's awesome, he's super cool, actually decently historically accurate, but still anime, right? It's still totally anime. Like they did good here. Do I want to shuffle those? Yeah. Okay, that worked out very well. I'm healing because we could totally get one shot. I should really save the attack up for the next health bar on the chicken, but we're not making it there. Like I know it. We're not making it there. Accurate hex. Oh, shut up, Otto. I fucking love that copy paste though. I don't want my son to learn how to throw at video games, yeah. Oh, there it is. There it is, chat. Okay. Very nice. You're so cool, Gwaine. You do push-ups every day. We get it. I would have liked to have at least gotten to, you know, do the follow-up turn to that. F indeed. All right. Well, we'll give Beastly's Saber another go or two here, but I swear to God, I want to be free of this stupid. There's so much RNG in this because of that dumb starfish. This would not be a frustrating stage to do if the starfish just didn't have the dumb buff block thing, right? Then it would be fine. But or if it had like super low health. You know what's strange? Choco-Jana did this and pretty well, right? It's possible for her to lose if like some really bad stuff happens, but she pretty convincingly did it. And she's a 4-star. I wonder if the 5-star, same class, also AoE, you know, Void Cheeky, I wonder if she is just gonna fail miserably. Okay, well, at least it's an art card. Something. Oh, the music's looping. It's probably been doing that for a while. This song knows. This song knows. Fighting for my life out here, chat. God damn, at least you got a Brave chain. I'll take that. That chicken's out for blood, man. What? I like how... Oh my god. He's got attack up. He's got buster up. The chicken gives him crit up, and then he fucking buster crits me. And I don't have heal boost. It's right there, but it's too late. If I don't use this now, I'm dead. Like, I'm fucking dead. Also didn't kill my taunt wall. I don't want to do this stage no more. Oh great, we got NP gain. There we go. Got him. I can't cast my buffs. Now the music's just taunting me. This stage is so annoying. Why did I like, hey, let's do this at neutral, guys. Great. Oh my god. Alright. We'll give her one more go. And then we're moving on, for God's sakes. You're gonna insta-death all of them. Yeah, right. Probably insta-death the starfish. Maybe we do bum rush an NP, then just NP without our buffs. I wonder if that's more reliable than this garbage. And you kill the chicken right away, maybe? She's just never gonna live against the Sun Chef. That's too much chef energy here. Fucking Gordon Ramsay over here. I can't believe I'm doing this, but just insta-death forehead. I need to do 31k to that thing next turn. That is the key. All right, very good. Should get our NP as well. Wait, this doesn't make a lot of sense though, because now the enemy that does the least damage to me is dying first. That does not make a whole lot of sense. And it gets the crit buff off anyway. And I get crit, and I get crit again, and okay, I'm done. That's it. We're out. We're out! Fuck it! I don't care anymore! Bullshit! So we've already soloed this several times, actually. So we're just gonna be a giant prick right now. Oh, wait a minute though. That's pretty tempting. Now, I don't think he can solo it. I was gonna just one-turn this, because you can one-turn this. Well, two-turn it because of the health bar, but I was gonna just go ham on it, but this is better. This is better. We don't have the animation update though. Why is NA such a goddamn catastrophe? Damn it, man. Like, you cannot deny us. Like, that's the best animation update, man. It's so damn good. Like, it's one of my favorites in the entire game. All right. We obviously have to get rid of the Buster issue very quickly, because he's very Buster-y. Let's see. How do we want to enable Caligula here? There's a lot of routes we can go. We can do Outrage again, that kind of thing. Shin Gong is good. And then he could taunt after the thing goes away. Doing a turn 1 NP is nice as well. Just get rid of the little shit. Am I seriously gonna outrage Shin Gong? I guess so. Now, I could kill that little shit with things that aren't a rider, but... Yeah, let's use Medusa, though. That's kind of fun. And she can NP on her own rather easily. Don't even need K-Scope. We're kind of getting budgety on all of a sudden, but that's fine. Could do Mozart. Could do Star Bomb. Mozart's kind of iffy. I don't mind it. Can do Anniversary Blonde. Use 2 Caligulas. My Caligula on this account I don't think is anything of note. My 10-10-10 Grailed one is on JP. Let's see, what is this one? Yeah, just 5-5-5. I probably have the mats though to get him up. His mats are really easy, which is nice. Do Star Bomb. Not a lot of Buster Up damage, but we don't really need it. I should probably bring a Saber though to just... Like, Mordred would be better to just kill the little shit and get rid of the chicken ASAP. The chicken's gotta go really quick. Because the chicken gives them Buster Resist and that ruins Caligula completely. The thing is, it's hard for Mordred to do her thing because, I could do Lancelot, but that's not AoE. Do Jason. That's just sad. This is a very weird combo right here. Dude, this is not a good stage for setting up Caligula, especially if you're being a bit budgety, because it's really hard. I gotta kill both the chicken and the starfish so fast. I know, Lancelot and Caligula are my two favorite animation updates, I think. Gil's up there too, though. I'm really drawing a blank here. Like, I'm running through how this works in my head, and this is not going to be smooth at all. I should grail Lancelot over here. He's grailed on my main account. I really do like Lancelot. I can't guarantee crit at the start, actually, because the buffs get blocked. I don't think this is gonna work. I think this is gonna be a catastrophe. I have so little faith, I'm doing that. I just don't see a good way to enable Caligula here because they have Buster Resist. You would need an AU. The one way I could probably do it is this, and have her NP on turn 1. Because that gets rid of one of the Lancer health bars, and it gets rid of the squid. And that's like really good here. I almost want to do that. It's obviously not very budget, but I cannot think of a lot of the options to really get Caligula going quick. Well, we'll just see what happens here. Star Bomb for everybody. This is a good song. Oh, cheating. Oh, the cheating chat. What are you gonna do about it? You sneak that in the back row. I'm calling this CEO of Reddit. You got it on speed dial, alright? Alright, give me good cards, game. Now, we can actually Star Bomb. It's just we can't do literally anything else. I kind of have to do this. Could Star Bomb again. That's probably not worth it, though. Just die Forehead. Should've done the Buster first, but I'm hoping by some miracle my NP is gonna do 61k. Look at that, no effect on the art up! That's so bad for him. Oh my god. Oh my god, he would've killed if he had the art up. Oh, that's disgusting. I probably could have killed that and then broken the first health bar on the chicken. Oh, that was disgusting. Why you like this game? See, can I just punch Gwaine? Look, I could do the star absorb thing. I could do the Buster up. I got options here. I got the other Star Bomb, but he's got the Buster Resist. And if I had at least killed this health bar last turn, I could then at least do it next turn. But now, like, this Buster up's not gonna do anything. I guess I do the Buster up to just make more stars, potentially on the. I can't think of any other reason to do it. How unfortunate. Okay, probably should have done the Star Absorb. We are so fucked right now. The Buster Resist is like 100%, so... Okay, let me just try this again. I'm sure we would still win, right? Like, Billy can just solo what's left at that point. But I gotta get Caligula value here. Dude, that stupid squid just making everything lame. Trying to have fun here. He's just not having it. Yeah, I thought Shin-Gong's Buster Up was going to be enough to counteract it there with the counter class, but it wasn't. I mean, it would have been if we crit, but... Actually, no joke, if you took this serious, I'm absolutely serious. If you brought a proper team, you could have Caligula one-shot Gwen on turn 1, with even with the Buster Resist. You could get, like, you do Qin-Gong, Merlin, you do Star Bomb stuff, and you get Buster cards, you do his... you could easily do 300k, even with the Resist. Yeah, I think it's like 90%, that's probably what it is. But yeah, absolutely, you could get Caligula to one-shot here on turn 1. Okay, I can at least do my extra attack into this squid, but that's about it. I wonder... please no low roll. Oh, that's true. Yeah, you'd be buff blocked on turn 1. So you have to do it on turn 2. That sucks. Damn it! Did even less damage that time? The only way to really do that is you'd have to get art and quick cards. Oh great, now Qin-Gong just gets one turn. Fantastic. Caligula's just waiting around, hoping something happens. Okay, at least the chicken will die here. Will it though? Could you have given me a worse hand? Oh god. 60%, let's go. And what is going on today? Why? Just fucking why? Can't even land the goddamn... I thought we didn't even land the defense buff, right? We didn't get anything there. Well, we get the Buster Chain bonus. That's a thing. I mean, he got it. He got it. Don't you do that, you... Oh, God. I like how all the buffs... We had so many buffs on this team, and we didn't really get to use any of them. Much pain. Get a lucky forehead. Close! Close. Dude, if things had just gone better... Why do I even talk? Why do I even talk? Guys, remember all those buffs we had, Bruno? Never really got to use any of those. It was a Billy setup all along. Wait, that's right, I changed his CE, so he can't NP right now. Fuck. You know, I hate to say this, but this is probably better because Caligula doesn't have any crit chance right now. Just don't hit Caligula. This went to shambles. This went to absolute shambles. Like what? No value out of any. Okay, I'm just moving on. I don't even. Fuck it. Fuck it. I'm done. I'm done. That's enough of this. Billy, just shoot him in the face. That was a catastrophe. That was absolutely a catastrophe. This victory feels like a defeat. Absolutely. I should have just done the AoE stupid shit that I was gonna do originally. That would have felt better. Shameful display. That's an old meme. That's an old meme. Let's see. I wonder how hard this stage is gonna be. Let's, why do we not have buff? Oh, that's the buff from this event, isn't it? Yeah, it is. So that's why it's not a thing yet. Kind of funny that it shows it in the UI. This is kind of cheating because she gets the event bonus. She's not as tanky as a Saber though, but this is not exactly what we normally do here for these stages. The stages are getting harder though, so it's starting to get more reasonable to use stronger stuff. Wait, don't I have two? Did I don't, yeah, I do. That's so nice. I wish my JP account had two of those. That's really cool, because neither of them get the health boost then. You know, Izo actually would have been a good pick. I didn't even think of that. The last few stages though have like kind of kicked up the difficulty a bit, so doing it at pure neutral is starting to get hard. Oh, well that's a thing. Increase NP charge by 1 when receiving Buster attack. It's like the opposite of Shiki and the challenge quest for K&K. And that one, if you hit with a Buster attack, the NP was drained by 1, which made that a very interesting challenge quest. That is definitely a challenge quest I wish we could just replay whenever we wanted. That was a really good one. Might Buster here anyway. Yeah, I think Bustering here is worth. Actually, Bustering before wouldn't have been bad because I could have gotten her to NP Scath, which would have guaranteed that she killed her because she couldn't cast skills, and then the gauge would reset, so that actually would have been better. Don't think I do my second skill yet. This should shred. I wish we didn't have the event bonus. This happens all the time where the servants I want to use just happen to have an event bonus, so then it makes it too easy. It's annoying. Yeah, we could do Kojiro, but I actually don't think Kojiro could solo this unless he was really upgraded, and I don't think I know anybody with like crazy maximum Kojiro. Oh, yeah, that's a fun game. Hey, that's like the worst gimmick ever. It's they just quick charge when you break a bar. It's so dumb. Because then you just redo it and then you just cast a survivability skill because you know, right? It's just so cheap. That is my least favorite gimmick in all of FGO, and they do it all of the time, and it's so bad, and I don't even see how they don't see why it's bad. Like, it's so fucking bad. And it's weird because they've made some gimmicks that like basically do it, but in a more fair way, where like they can quick charge, but at the end of the turn when like their attack's already over and stuff like that, like then it's fine. If I see like maximum Kojiro, we'll try it, but I don't think I even have one. Yeah, we don't. And I don't think he could even do it. Like I think he'd just die. Like 500k at neutral is actually pretty hard, and that boss hits pretty. Okay, someone in chat's got one. All right, we'll give it a go. Why not? I think he could do it on JP because he's a lot stronger on JP. But even then, I think he would be pushing it. I don't see him being able to just casually do it over here like at all. I need to remove some people. I have like way too many. Okay, if you needed me to use your bard again, you know, just send it in again. I just gotta get my friends list to a more reasonable size here. Dude, I miss the days where I could just have like 10 people on my friends list. It was great. Made life so much easier. Because then you could just, of those 10 people, you could just so easily summon them whenever you wanted. And now it's just like, can't summon anything when you want to. The thing is, she didn't cast a battery skill. It was a gimmick where when you break the health bar, she gets battery. It was like an automatic thing. I need digits. I know part of me wants to just like remove everybody and then just cap it at 15, and then you have like one slot that you just rotate to use whoever in chat wants to show off their units. But then you're in this menu forever. Because look at this, I'm just sitting here, nothing's happening. I hate adding people on stream because, you know, normally they don't add me, and then like, so when I send the invite, it doesn't like go through, and we're just sitting here for like, you know, 20 minutes not actually doing anything. Okay, I'm just moving on now. So we'll just literally do what we did last time, but this time we'll cast our skill and it'll magically work. Yeah, this is Taker's theme. Good times, man. Maybe someday we'll get another Blaze Blue fighting game, but not looking like it anytime soon. And their Kasha game, I swear, I'm shocked it hasn't shut down because it's doing so badly. But I think it takes like nothing to maintain it, so that's probably why. But their Gacha game is not good. It's actually one of the worst Gacha games on the market in my opinion, which that is saying something, because there's a lot of bad stuff. Do I want to just give her battery now? I can give her 2 ticks, it's not really enough. Won't really matter, she's gonna, no matter what I do, she's gonna NP on the turn that I break her bar. And hey, maybe we'll get lucky and she'll NP here. I used to always cast that on that turn, but small sample size. Oh, I'm NP sealed. That fucking sucks. Oh, that fucking sucks. Guess I'll just make stars then. That really sucks. So I can pretty much win next turn if that didn't happen. Atlas is better here then, for sure. Oh yeah, she's got one of the better third passives for sure, because she's already got such a strong counter to Sabers, where she's basically counterclassing Sabers, and then her third passive is more bonus damage to Sabers, so it's quite something. I'm guessing she only gains a tick when you break, but she might gain a full one. There's no way to know. Like, there's literally no way to know. I think I just cast this now and we win. If either NP's and we're safe, and if she doesn't NP, we win before she can NP. just one. Yep, just one. I was sitting there looking. I figured it was just one, but you never know. They do full charge sometimes. Yeah, her anti-Saber damage is 50%, but she gains a 20% attack up all universally in this event. And then she gets a star rate at 100% against Sabers, and then her passive is 30%, so she's 80%. But but the thing is, it's actually more than that though, because then she has her NP bonus damage, which stacks with her third skill and the new passive. So she actually will do, if I'm not mistaken, she will do more with her third skill. With her third skill, she will do more damage to a Saber than she will to a Rider. Now she'll still shred a Rider. It's not hard to beat a Rider with Hey, we missed. Great. But yeah, it's not hard to. I wonder if I could kill with crits here. Probably not. Well, fuck it. We don't need the attack up for the NP anyway, so might as well try. Although the bad news, the smart thing to do is not to bust her. That way, if she quick charges, she still does an NP. But I'm greedy. But yeah, she kills Riders incredibly well, and she'll kill Sabers even better, but barely. But she is less tanky against Sabers. Close. Oh god, please don't one-turn me. Woo! Ay, ay, ay. 169. Not even close. Flawed armor, indeed. Didn't save us last time. What MHX can't get, unfortunately, is a proper animation update. She's like Okita, where she just gets like shitty half animation updates. They never just go from scratch and remake her sprite and redo everything. They're like the two that have been like that, which sucks. Because it's weird, because they're both popular. And it's because they never had day one animations, so they were like, oh, they don't really need an animation update. And then when they got around to do it again, it's like, well, they already got kind of an animation update, so we don't have to do all that work, right? Kojiro might be able to do it with the right craft essence and the right command codes, but and it's just straight go, I don't think so. Now, on JP, though, I actually think he could. He is really nutty on JP. He could win pretty damn quick over there. You'd have to get lucky, though. You'd have to get lucky. She just does a lot of damage there at the end. There's a lot of trial and error. Because I didn't know what everything that boss did, like with the break bar and stuff, I wasn't playing right. And so even though MHX barely won, some of that's just because we weren't playing correctly. Like I should have saved my survivability and stuff like that. I could have like made it so both my survival skills were on the second health bar, and that'd be way better. I'm so much happier to do this event than JP, dude. JP's event is so garbage. I'm really salty, man, because we've had so many bad events on JP recently, and they're not doing anything. Like it's just they keep just making boring glorified dailies over and over again. I'm just so bored, and it sucks because I'm into FGO, right? Like obviously I'm pissed when they do things like, you know, gender bin things, like we're in fate as males and things like that, like with Joctamole. I'm not happy about these things, but you know, I like FGO's gameplay, right? When I get to do like actual challenge quests, because right now I'm just like handicapping the shit out of myself to make it harder, but when I actually have something, you know, to do, I love this game, right? I love making teams. I love when the different units get to shine in their different, you know, pros and cons scenarios and everything. You know, I like figuring out hard boss fights, and I like a lot, even though, okay, there are a lot of characters in FGO I don't like, especially recently, because they've just been doing so much gender bendy, space, rainbow, lolly bullcrap. They're like being weird for the sake of being weird, and I never like that. I never like things that are just like being weird, just like they're trying, right? I never like that stuff. So there's lots of stuff in FGO that I don't like at all, like design-wise, but there's so many characters and so many things from like the books and stuff that were more serious, that there's a huge roster that I like. I mean, there are so many characters that I like in FGO, right? I have teams and teams and teams of characters that I like, even though there's a whole bunch that I don't. And it's nice. It's nice to have like this giant, basically I have this giant roster of units that I want to use, and make teams with and see when they're good and when they're not and have fun, but there's no content to use them on, and it sucks. Like, I have, even though there's all these characters I don't like recently, there's more characters that I do like than ever, right? Everything from Tesla, Ku, Canis, Romulus, Achilles, VC Braun, Billy, Darius. There's so many things I want to use. Then we got Caligula and his awesome animation update and stuff. So there's plenty of stuff I want to use, make teams for. But JP hasn't had content worth a damn in just so long. I mean, just so fucking long. Because like the Idol event had a good challenge quest, but nothing else in the Idol event was good, right? It was just glorified dailies too over there. And the only kind of remotely good thing was Lost Belt 6, but Lost Belt 6 was like 3 good boss fights, and then just a whole lot of filler, and then a whole lot of time gates. I mean, dude, Lost Belt 6, I keep seeing people like act like Lost Belt 6 was the equivalent of Lost Belt 5-1 and 5-2. It's not. And I keep seeing that people make that comparison over and over. Like, why are people complaining? They did like the second and third half so much faster than they did with Lost Belt 5. That's bullshit, because Lost Belt 5-1 was a full Singularity worth of content, and then Lost Belt 5-2 was a full Singularity worth of content, right? In terms of like boss fights and all that stuff. Lost Belt 6 was just one Lost Belt worth of content. It was, if anything, it was but less content than some of the other Singularities. It depends, there's more than some. But then they stretched it out over months. It was literally one Singularity that they stretched out over months. That was awful, right? It was just as many boss fights and trial stages as anything else, but you had to wait way longer, right? Absolute dog shit. Yeah, the collab event. It really was a good challenge quest, though. Like, it was a good challenge quest. I really do feel like we're in that super awkward space right now where, like, earlier on in this event, you could fight all these at neutral in a solo, and it was, like, fine. You had to play well, bring a decent unit, but not perfect. Now, it's like, if we go neutral, they're kind of unbeatable for most, unless you're, like, the really cream of the crop units like Fujino and Ku and stuff like that. And then if you counterclass, it's too easy. That's been how most of these bosses have been now, which kind of sucks. You can use an event CE to kind of make up for that, and that way you have the counterclass damage, but not the defense. I'm just gonna use Ku, because I haven't used Ku like this entire event. Use Phantom. Oh god, if we fail, we might do that just for the lols, but I suspect whatever this, I don't know what it is, but I bet you he can't do it. A lot of the costumes in the Idol event weren't that well implemented though, like Serenities and Joan of Arcs. Like, they look like dog shit because the units they're day 1 sprites, and they basically just paste the costume on top of the sprite, and it don't look good. This is not a boss, although it wouldn't shock me if Phantom would lose anyway, but I would hope not. I soloed the last challenge quest that they made with Ku, thank you. And I mainly did that because people were saying I hadn't used Ku in forever, by the way. Also, Ku really was just good in that fight. Like, he was just perfect for it. Well, don't have my NP, so I can't target. If I had my NP, I would target switch right here, but that is unfortunate. I guess it makes stars then. I feel bad for NA though when it gets to this point in content. Like this last, I don't know, 6 months has just been so bad. And I'll completely forgive it as long as the reason it's this bad is because of Soccer Awards shutting down, the moving employees around, the new COO. If it's just stuff because of that, then fine, right? That's excusable. And if that means they start doing better than this moving forward, then it's fine, right? Yeah, it sucks in the short term, but if this is like their standard quality and how we're gonna get content moving forward, that's a big fucking problem. Like that might get me to quit. I have like no desire to quit FGO at all, none, zero, right? But if this is how FGO is going to be from now on, that would probably get me to quit eventually because it sucks. I mean, it just sucks. There's nothing to do. It's like it is incredibly slow how everything has been on JP. It's like they don't, and all the dead time, the mass amount of dead time, they don't even do like reruns or a main interlude or anything, right? You just sit there. The game just sits there doing nothing. And unlike every other game, it's like they don't have challenge quests that we can do while we're waiting. They don't give us, you know, a boss rush mode or a challenge tower to do when there isn't content, right? If they would just do shit like that, it would be fine. But they're like, nope. Okay, let's see. Ku does not have his attack up on an A, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm way out of touch with reality here. Don't think I can. I think I cast Guts then maybe next turn. Do I quick chain or do I do Buster, NP, Buster? I'm actually leaning towards Buster, NP, Buster because I don't think I really need crits that much next turn. That's not a rerun. Like the Liz event is not a rerun. How can you even like possibly think that? It has no event shop. It has all the stages cut out. There's no challenge quest. Like it's literally, it's even less than the main story. They cut out a lot of the main story stages too. Like it's watered down, just easy hit level 20 main story quests. Oh man, I'm so engaged right now. This stage right here is harder than anything in the Liz, you know, prologue thing that they did. It's not even a main interlude. It's worse than a main interlude. Like, it's shocking because their main oh, okay, we didn't kill. Feels bad. But the main interludes in FGO are so much worse than the equivalent to main interludes in other games. Like, they're way worse than Arknights and Grand Blue Fantasy and Epic 7. Epic 7 is probably the best out of the lot that I've seen. So they somehow have the worst like old event system out of by so much, right? Because one, you can't even just do them, right? In Grand Blue Fantasy, Arknights, and Epic 7, you can just play the old events. You don't have to do anything. They're just there, and you can just do them, right? In FGO, you have to fucking use rare prisms, which new players obviously aren't gonna have. Right, that's already so stupid. Like that alone makes the system garbage, right? But then they're like, oh yeah, and we're also not going to give you the command codes. We're not going to give you the craft essences. We're not going to give you the event shop. You know, it's like, what the fuck? Like that's so bad, right? Like somehow they basically looked at what other games are doing and were like, okay, how can we make this so much worse than what they're doing? I don't know why you would want to do that, but it's like I can't explain why the system is like that otherwise, right? Like, well, why else would their system be so bad? It's like they're afraid. It's like, well, if we give them good rewards from past events, they're not going to want the rewards from new events, which makes literally no sense because you have all the players that already have those rewards from those past events and they're still playing the new events, right? Like, it literally makes no sense. But like that's like the kind of logic I feel like they have. Okay, I want to target switch. I don't want to have to waste an NP block here. I could do Buster, NP. That's pretty shitty, but it's like the absolute guarantee way to make sure nothing goes wrong here. Yeah, I had a feeling one card that might happen because I didn't have command codes that were particularly good there. I do agree that Type Moon does not really, I don't think they understand video games. I do agree with that, and I think they're looking at it from like a visual novel standpoint and a writing standpoint all the time, and they're overly, and like here's the thing, it's okay to tie gameplay to story sometimes, that's totally fine. But you also need to have a good video game, because it is a video game. Video games need to be good video games first, and everything else second. That's just, otherwise don't make a video game. And I really do think that's a big part of why we don't have story replay and we don't have a challenge tower. Even though you can justify them in lore no problem because we have the simulator and they literally use the simulator in lore to do stuff like story replays. So this doesn't make any fucking sense. But I really do think it's a big part of it because they are very out of touch with video games. Like, not only when you look at Tsukihime, but when you look at a lot of the decisions they make with like marketing and stuff with Fate Extra and even Extella and everything. Almost anything Type Moon is related to with video games, I don't think is run very well at all, right? I really do. And just when you see what they say in interviews, I just think they're completely out of touch. Jesus Christ, this stage has a lot of stats. Like, obviously, if it was just this alone, it's not a big deal. But out of those Wyverns had a lot of health, and now, like, damn, this is a lot of fucking health to get through. I actually do think Phantom would probably have lost this if he wasn't grailed or something. Which one of these needs to die the most? Blackbeard hits the hardest, I would think, because of his stats. Look out, Space Pirate Blackbird instead of Black Bart, but then it's Blackbeard for Blackbeard. I don't even. Okay. I think I need to cast Guts now. I actually probably should have cast it last turn. I need to have this come back and then use Atlas on it, though, I'm pretty sure. Rare that I do this combo on Ku, but because they have decent hit counts and we have the Merlin command code up, I think it's worth doing. Definitely not next turn, though. Might actually lose this depending on how high their attack stat is. You just had to crit me, didn't you? I think I needed one more turn out of my Guts. That is a problem. Now, I could invulnerability and then use this, and then it might buy me a turn, but it's unlikely. I don't think these are actually servants. That one was. We got the bonus damage there. But I know earlier people were saying we weren't. I wasn't paying attention, that's what people were saying. Power events are not shit for new accounts. I've literally done them on new accounts. You just have to not be bad at the game. I remember people said that. I made a new account and I literally beat a tower event. It's like, okay, sure. Like, use the fucking hot tub thing. Like, it's not even that complicated. And every time though people hear Challenge Tower, they think we're talking about Setsubun. We're not. Like, I swear it's because people don't play other games. Like, they're quite different. Grail fronts suck though. Like, Grail fronts suck. Like, it's a fun diversion, but there's the gameplay is so much more shallow in Grail front. Right? It's not half as good as like a proper challenge quest. Because the game wasn't designed for that. It's a very tacked-on system, and you know, a tacked-on system can be a fun little, you know, diversion, sure, but it's not that good. Yeah, what Dusty said, I agree with. The story is horrible for new players because. First off, it's just not, it's so out of scale, right? Because when the game first came out, everyone's story support that you could summon from a friend was so much weaker, right? And then you didn't have dailies, you didn't get XP out of FP, you didn't have a free max ascension, you didn't get a free 5-star, all that stuff. Man, we're gonna die one turn off from being able to just completely rebound. I'm trying to think what our best chance of survival here is. Because literally, if we could live one more turn, which, by the way, if I had cast my Guts a turn sooner, like I said, we would be fine. We would have won this if I had cast my Guts one turn sooner. Because then my Guts would come back, and then my PFA would come back. But I kind of zoned out, and I wasn't really paying attention, and I even said, like, earlier on that I should have cast my Guts then, and I just didn't. Well, we probably did. This thing actually might hit harder than Blackbeard. Or Black Bart, excuse me. But yeah, the game is bad for new players because it's super easy. Everything's out of scale because it's just so easy now because everything you summon from your support list is gonna be level 90. You have the free ascension and all this stuff. So it's like the game, and I know this, I've seen it a million times. So many people quit this game before they ever make it to any of the good content because it's just so boring. Like, it's just so fucking boring. Not only is it too easy, but there's so much filler. From Fuyuki to like even like Lost Belt 2, there's so much filler in between things. It's absurd, and then the filler is not even buying you like time to good stuff, right? You're not like, oh, but now this boss is really good. There's no good boss until Gwaine, for God's sakes. Our only chance would be killing right now. If this was JP Ku, he could absolutely kill right now, but I don't think NA Ku can do it. And like a random event is not like the standard. You should be like the Setsubun events and stuff. Who cares if those are bad for new players, right? Like new players don't need to be doing those anyway. Well, we almost won that, and like I said, we absolutely would have if we had. Wait, is this a free quest? This might be a free quest because of the loot. I'm not sure this is a. I'm legitimately not sure. If this is a free quest, I should use CS just so I don't lose the loot and waste 40 AP. But I literally wasn't paying attention. I'm gonna guess that it is because it just kind of felt like one, and that's more loot than you would normally see. That's more loot than you would normally see from like a main story node, and I don't want to waste the AP. So that sucks though that we totally could have beaten that if I had just played better. Oh yeah, we cheating. But who wants to waste 40 AP? Yep, that was indeed a free quest. I actually probably need to do that free quest like 4 more times. We'll do that real quick, because I can just make an actual team here. I probably do need to wrap up soon. It's getting later than I realized. Kind of sucks though. I actually want to play Saber Wars. Okay, this stage drops silver mats and hairs, I think. I think I need silver mats. So I think I try to summon a support with that. So I've been noticing it's been, oh, there's one, okay. Alright, what do we want to do here? Unironically, we probably need to use, Masashi, just because this account does not have a lot of AoE stuff, and especially in the, assassin department. Arash is a pretty standard here, I would think. Could do Spartacus. But that second wave was fairly tanky. The only way Spartacus makes sense is if I actually used the damage CE, which is not bad to use because we get the hair drops, but these are starting to get a little tankier. Oh, I have Cleopatra. Excuse me. I'm so used to my main accounts, right? Where that's just not a 5-star I would have. I completely forgot about that. Yeah, she is kind of good here. Not good with Scatty, unfortunately, but it shouldn't matter too much. I might be able to cut, though, Spartacus and just do that and give her high starting NP, but might not need it. It'd be kind of cool if we could just beat it with this. We'll see. I feel like Spartacus is going to disappoint here, but I don't know. We'll see. Actually, Arash might be the one that drops the ball here. Alright, I need bond with Hans. I think Atalante. Well, there's no point in bringing these because it doesn't drop these, so I can just bring both of these. Well, that'll make it a lot easier. That probably makes it a cakewalk, actually. Except for the second wave. I think the second wave is still going to be a problem. Although, I actually could give Spartacus a damage CE, if I'm not mistaken here. Because I can actually use Scatty's battery on him, because she has her own battery per turn, and I think that's enough. Might be cutting it a little close. I could give her, like, Sakura. She can probably clear with that. This probably works. The only reason it might not is just because Scatty makes, like, no sense here. But, this should work. I have some degree of confidence here. Hey, Ari. Okay, Arash got this. Now, I could do the quick, and that would guarantee she gets her NP, but I want to just make sure if I got, like, no cards ever. This is just a free quest. We're doing a couple of free quests, and then we'll probably do a little bit more main story. So, Ari, what are your thoughts on the new units? My guess would be you don't care about the gender bent Jactamoli at all. You're on Zenobia, and you're on Liz. That would be my guess. Probably like Zenobia more than Liz, though. That would if I had to like put money on it, that's what I would go with. You would be correct. Yeah, I figured. Not a hard event to figure out for most of the people I know, right? Because like, there's not a lot of like kind of in the middle units. There's not a lot of like abnormal stuff. It's pretty straightforward. You know what? I think you do this. All right, can Spartacus impress? Hey, Zelos. Thank you for the 22 months. Long time. I really do like this theme. It's a good listen. It's good during the boss fight. It's good as just like listening it on its own, right? It's just some good music. Okay, well, so I went out of my way to not use any Cleo cards to see if she had enough NP here, and she doesn't. God damn it. Well, it would have, if I had just literally clicked any card of hers, it would have worked. So this could have 3-turned. At least as long as we did enough damage here. Probably don't even need this buff. I would say the overwhelming majority of players, when they first fought Child, did not overgear it at all. And when they first went, like when he first came out and they were first doing the dungeon version of it, the repeatable version of it, most people couldn't even do the max level version of it, I remember. Now, way after the fact, you can obviously easily overgear it and just, you know, obliterate it, but that's true for any content in a game like that, which is a problem. I think they need to fix that. I don't think a game is fun when you don't have to actually interact with the enemies. And the thing is, most humans are dumbass monkey brains that even if it's crazy, and this is a known thing in like psychology and in game design specifically, where if the players had more resistance, more friction from the game, and by friction I mean like having to actually fight the mobs and actually respect their moveset some, and you know have to learn the boss a little bit, they'll enjoy the game more because it won't feel so meaningless and repetitive. It actually makes it fresher and more interesting, right? But players won't do that for themselves, right? Players will not police themselves and make sure that happens. They won't like downgrade their gear or use lower level characters or whatever. They're always going to use the strongest thing they have available, even if that trivializes everything and makes it a joke, right? And then they end up getting bored and it's like, oh, this game's too easy, then, or it's so repetitive, nothing's happening, and then they just quit, right? That happens all the time, right? That's very common. That's a known thing, that players will always pick the path of least resistance, even if the path of least resistance is boring. And a good example is like MMO games, MMORPGs and stuff, where if people would just shut the fuck up and play the game and just experience it for themselves and figure it out as they go and learn their class better as they go and struggle, they would have a lot of fun. Where what they always do is they go look up everything online and min-max everything and find guides and find the best leveling route and what's the best spec, what's the best items, what should I farm, and then the game's super boring and easy and there's no friction and then that's that, right? Like, humans are just like this, right? We're fucking morons, right? We don't know how to enjoy ourselves. You see that like just throughout all games, right? It's not unique to gacha games or MMOs, right? It's pretty standard. It's like if there's an action game, right? Let's say let's say someone's playing like Ninja Gaiden, and this actually happened in the original Ninja Gaiden. Now, when they made Ninja Gaiden Black, they fixed a lot of this. But in the original Ninja Gaiden, not the 2D one, but the original like Xbox one, you know, game hard, right? Game hard, people die a lot, but there were a couple of cheap moves that you could just spam, never be punished for it, and beat the whole game. You could do like this jumping strong attack. It was like something swallow, I forget the name, and you could just spam that against everything and just win all the time. And it was so broken, it would cheese the bosses super easy, and it removed almost all difficulty from the game, and people would do that. So they would get into the game, struggle, have such a hard time, and they find this OP move, and then they were like, oh wow, this makes it a lot easier. So they did it, right? Because they're struggling, so they're happy to do something to make it easier. Wretched, right? And so they would just spam that move, and the game is boring, and then they lose all, like, you know, satisfaction from the game. You know, that happens all the time. You'll see like a brawler game or a fighting game or whatever, and people will find some broken move that allows them to trivialize the entire game, and they'll just use that over and over and over and over, and then they'll just, you know, run the game for themselves, right? Like, that's a lot of people. Now, some people aren't like that. Some people can like have a degree of self-reflection and know how to, you know, make their own fun, but it's pretty rare. And here's the thing, because it's such a known thing in like human psychology and stuff, game developers need to work around that, right? If they realize the bosses are way too easy and people are just destroying them, they need to fix that. If they realize it's too easy to overgear things, they need to fix that. The game developer basically needs to curate the experience for the players, because the players are too fucking stupid to do it for themselves, right? If you allow players to do it, they will min-max every drop of fun out of the game, right? And they will get bored and hate the game, right? You have to basically baby them into having fun. You have to trick them into having fun and to doing things that's like just the right amount of friction and just the amount of reward versus effort and everything else, right? And that's hard to do to an extent, but some devs just don't even try, right? When they see that, like, you know, bosses in Genshin Impact are just being blown up in 3 seconds, even on the highest difficulty, they don't do anything about it. Which is dumb. They should. It makes the game bad. Yeah, I think Genshin has some real balance problems now. The game is just way too easy. This is sad because they're falling into a lot of pitfalls that I've seen game after game after game fall into. This happened to Epic 7. This happened to lots of MMOs. It's happened to countless gacha games. A lot of ongoing games with gear have the exact same problem Genshin has, and that's where. You know, the base content, for anyone that takes the game even halfway seriously and has been playing for a while, the base game is way too easy. When they make a new open world boss, it's a joke. Even if it's got an interesting moveset, you can overstat it so hard, it is a joke, right? The mobs on the open field, which you don't want to be maybe too hard, but they're not even remotely interesting, right? You don't even get to combo them. They die too fast. You don't get to you don't get to air jungle them or anything. They're just dead, right? And then the developers realize, okay, our veteran players are just way too strong for the base content, but our scrubs and our new players and our casuals, you know, they need the open world content to be easier because they're not grinding, they're not getting that really good gear, they're not min-maxing. So if we want them to make sure they can get through the story and stuff, we have to make sure that stuff stays easy. But then if we want to make something interesting for the min-maxing and farm people, We got to make like the optional content, like the Abyss and some of like the challenge stuff and the events, just absurdly overstated. Not interesting, not good movesets on the bosses and stuff, just absurdly overstated. So if you don't farm, you don't even get to play, right? Because you're so outclassed, right, in terms of stats and stuff. That's like exactly what Genshin Impact is doing right now, and it's dog shit. Right? It's dog shit, and that's what Epic 7 has done, and just more games than I can count. And it's a big problem with gear systems because what happens is the devs want you to be able to farm forever, because in their minds, that's how you have longevity in the game, is you want players to always have a reason to farm gear, because you're never going to have optimal gear, right? That's what they basically want to happen. That way you're always like, well, I could always go farm, better gear than what I have. And if you do that, by definition, that requires you to have gear that vastly changes in power, right? Like the lower end gear or the unlucky gear you might get versus the really lucky gear you could get. The power difference is massive, and you have all these different gear slots. So if every single gear slot is unoptimized gear versus every single gear slot being perfectly optimized, the power difference between these two characters is astronomically huge, right? And there's basically no way for that not to be the case and have people actually think they need to upgrade their gear, right? And that's kind of the problem with like the kind of gear systems you see in Epic 7 and Genshin Impact, like the RNG stats, the RNG leveling of stats, and all that kind of stuff. You can't finely tune, what kind of gear you have when, like you might have in a single player game. Because single player games don't generally have this problem, because they don't see gear as this stupid treadmill that you have to be on forever, right? So they don't generally have these kind of issues. Yeah, some games get around it with like fashion options, but that requires effort. It takes so much more effort to like pump out lots of like cosmetics and stuff for as a reward. Cause I think like Final Fantasy does that, where they have like lots of cosmetic rewards and stuff. But Genshin doesn't do that, right? They don't want to put in that kind of effort. It's so much easier because literally it takes no effort to make the endless gear grind of these gear-based games. It's just math. It's math you do one time and it's in the game forever. And let's put the hamsters on the treadmill for the next 10 years here. And that's why every dev does it. It's easy and it's a lot of return on your investment. But the thing is, I actually think it hurts a lot of games. I think it makes a lot of people quit. I think it stops a lot of people from playing it in the first place. And I think also because people like playing more than one game, I think people are getting really sick of it. When it was in only that one game that they played, they didn't mind. But now that it's in like just every goddamn game, I think they're getting more savvy to what I'm talking about, and they're just seeing it in game after game after game, and it's boring. It's like, yeah, great, I have to gear grind for unlimited years. But a lot of like games like Dark Souls, they get around that where the stats on gear is not linear progression, right? And then their replayability mostly comes from multiplayer, the PvP, the co-op, and just playing the game. And a lot of single-player RPGs and stuff, you do gear in a more straight, linear way, and you don't ever get to like in-game gear that you just keep grinding for perfect stats. It's a set stat on each piece of gear moving up the ladder, right? And then the content is the story and so on and so forth. And ideally, with a game like Genshin, a lot of your content should be coming from your updates. Right, hey look, we added new dungeons, which they don't really have dungeons, they should, but they don't. But that's where you should be able to get a lot of like replay value out of Genshin, is just in adding new stuff. And you can have things like the Abyss, and it's okay to have a gear system and have some degree of optimization for farming and stuff, that's fine. But most of these games just take it way too far. Like, they take it absurdly too far. I've really fallen out of love with Genshin, which sucks because there's a lot of things I like about it. It has a good business model. I think it has a great business model, way better than FGO's. I like some of the characters. I think Child's cool, Bido's cool, right? There's a lot of characters in it that I like. And some of the boss movesets are good, right? I really like, Child's moveset. Obviously his stats are out of whack, but his moveset is good. That dragon spinny guy is good and stuff. The samurai guy, there's some fun movesets to deal with. And I like the idea of it. It's fun exploring and doing little puzzles and everything. But they've had so many problems dealing with like their stat issues, like I was just talking about. That's made so many problems for the game. And then, no offense, I know some people like it, but I find the writing in Genshin just abysmal most of the time. Now, it has ups and downs. Like, it has a side quest from time to time that I think is a lot better, and it has its moments, right? But there is just so much writing in Genshin that I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is terrible. And then what gets me more than that, if it was just optional, I wouldn't mind, right? Like, it'd be like, okay, the story sucks, click skip button, no problem. You can't do that, right? If you try to play through the new zone in Genshin Impact, it's just painful. I mean, it's just painful because they take and they do this on purpose. It's literally there to stall, to elongate the content, 100%. First off, they made it slower to skip dialogue, right? And they patched it in Genshin so it is slower to skip dialogue, so it takes forever to get through cutscenes, even if you're skipping. And you just have to click, 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 and it's just, it's shit. And it just drives me nuts. It's just obvious. Genshin, like, looks for reasons to, like, have you talk to NPCs about nothing. Like, it just does that constantly in the main story. You go on these side tangents for no reason. You start, like, listening to them talk about taxes and trade bullshit. And who gives a fuck, right? They start talking about traditional, you know, food in the region. Like, shut the fuck up. And it's the main story. It's not a side quest, right? And the dialogue just goes on and on and on and on and on. It is insanity. And, like, it literally has made me stop playing Genshin because I'm like, I need to go through the main story, and I know I'm just gonna be sitting there talking to NPCs over and over and over and over and about nothing, and I can't even skip it quickly. And when I finally get to gameplay, it's gonna be shitty, understated mobs that I can one-shot that are boring as fuck. And it's gonna take me like 10 hours to do this. It's like, I don't have time for that. There's a million other things to do with my free time, right? There's a million other better games than that. So it's like, it just killed my love of that game. And it sucks because I do like a lot of the characters, and I like, you know, some of the boss designs, and sometimes the team synergies are a lot of fun, and that kind of thing. Like, a lot of the ideas behind the game are great, but they are just dying on the execution, right? I think they're dropping the ball so hard. Yeah, the new zone story was just like, I could bear through some of the other ones, and I think Mondstadt had some good moments, right? It did have some good moments, and I think, like, what's his name? Venti? Yeah, Venti's side quest was pretty good. It started off terrible and just, like, scatterbrained and nothing to do with anything. But, like, I actually think what the Venti side quest was about, like, about people that have died, and you start, like, you know, as you get older, you want to honor them, but you start forgetting them, and you feel bad and all. That's real, by the way. It's really fucked up and it's scary, right? And you don't really see most stories tackle those kind of topics. It's pretty unique, and so that's cool. And the stuff with Child, when you kind of see his true personality, was actually pretty interesting, and then his side quest was good. You know, it's got its moments, right? And it's got other moments that I don't think were like 10 out of 10, but, you know, they were good. You know, so I can enjoy this, right? It's still a lot of filler, but oh my god, as it's just gone on, it's just filler, and just nonsense. All of the side stories don't even make sense. The pacing is just weird. Characters don't act in a way that makes, like, any fucking sense, right? Like what was her name? Eula's side quest was just so many people acting in ways that just did not even feel human. That it was just so bizarre. Yeah, I actually really like Venti's side quest. Like, I do think the beginning was really weird and just scatterbrained, and, like, it didn't have, like, a cohesive, like, you know, pacing. But what it was actually about at the end, I actually really liked, and I actually related to it a lot because, you know, my father died when I was quite young, and my father was, like, the only person that my family that I was really close with, and, you know, that was a really hard thing for when I was younger. And as you get older, it is really insane. As, you know, like, I still remember him, and I still, you know, value a lot of what he taught me and all that stuff, but you find these moments where you're like, you catch yourself, like, forgetting something, you know, like, really important about, you know, your own father, and it's like horrifying, right? But it's, you know, it's just part of life, and, you know, that's why it is good to write things down and, you know, take pictures or what have you, because yeah, it's messed up, man. But I really like that they tackled that, because they tackled it in actually a fairly realistic way, in my opinion. I think, like, kind of the message they put there with it was actually a very healthy message, and, you know, they didn't, like, wrap it up in a bow and, like, oh yeah, no, it's always going to be totally fine. Like, they didn't do that. So that was good. I think they did a good job with that. Yeah, I hear you, Ari. I really do recommend to people, if, you know, you have moments in your life that are really important to you, or people that are important to you, write it down, man. Write it down, and then you can go back and read it, because a lot of people, when you're younger, right, like, because I know this because I used to be like a 15-year-old and a 13-year-old and a 16-year-old. When you're younger like that, your frame of reference is kind of warped, and it's because you haven't lived really long. And I'm not saying because of lack of experience. You literally have not lived very long, so, like, certain things that happen relative to the rest of your life seem bigger, right? So it's like, how could I forget this? But as you get older, when something happens, you're like, relative to the rest of your life, it's so much smaller, right? And this is a real thing. That's why days feel like they go by faster when you get older, because most things you've experienced, the mundane things you've experienced so many times, and your total like reference point is so different, right? So when you're younger, you kind of feel immortal and you feel like you're never going to forget this and blah 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 blah. But when you get older, that is absolutely going to change. So I really do recommend to people, if you have, you know, people you care about, events you care about, you know, things that happen, write it down, take a picture, whatever, right? You do it because you won't care about it in the meantime, right? Because you'll remember it no problem and everything else. But in 20 years, 30 years, 40 years, you're gonna fucking care, right? And so yeah, it's worth doing. It's not even that hard, and it can, you know, teach you some stuff while you're at it. So yeah, you know, now that I'm older, you know, it's not like, I don't know how to put it, it's not like traumatic. You know, talking about my father is not traumatic to me, right? You know, I actually like talking about him because he was a really awesome guy and he had a really positive impact on the people around him. But man, when I was young, it fucked me up, man, because I was becoming an adult when he passed, and yeah, it's a hard time anyway, and I wasn't, like I said, close to anyone else in my family. It was brutal, man. It was fucking brutal. But you know, now that I'm older, right? You know, you know, I've made my peace and everything. Now it's like the opposite, where you know, it's nice to think about my dad because it's good memories and that kind of stuff. But yeah, it's part of life. You know, you're gonna lose people, and for all kinds of reasons. You know, you might just have a falling out with a good friend. You know, people can pass away, all kinds of stuff. So it's good. And then you're gonna lose your memory to a certain extent, right? So it's good to document some things. All right, I need to do this stage like 2 or 3 times more here. Okay, I'm not actually bringing the silver boost drop, but I couldn't find one. I haven't been seeing any, so we'll just stick with this. I don't know why I'm even summoning Scatty then. I should summon like Waver or something. I can understand not liking taking pictures of yourself. I think a lot of people are kind of like that. I do recommend, it's hard, this is easy to say, but it's hard to do, right? This sounds so almost mean to just say it so casually, but you gotta get like used to yourself, if it makes any sense, right? Like I think a lot of people, they don't like hearing their own voice, and I feel that to an extent. You know, they don't like seeing themselves, and it's because they have like self-worth issues or what have you, or they're just shy, those kinds of things. But it's actually pretty handy to try to work towards getting over that stuff, because it makes life a lot easier when you're comfortable with yourself, right? It makes a lot of things smoother. Voice, though, is pretty unique. Not liking your voice is not always because of self-conscious stuff. A lot of it is just you're so used to hearing what your voice sounds like within your skull that when you hear it from outside of your skull, it's bizarre, and it's like that's not how you think of yourself, right? It's almost like an imposter, right? It's like it's kind of like you but not, and it's just because your voice legitimately sounds different when it goes into your ears, you know, from you speaking it from your own skull, right, versus another person. It just straight up sounds different. So it's very jarring. But if you get used to it, it's not too bad. I have never taken a selfie like in my life. I guess well, kind of. I've taken pictures of myself for like various purposes, but not like the typical like, hey, I'm, you know, out here to take a selfie to share with my friends. I've never done that in my entire life. Like I've taken pictures, like I said, for memory or for like sharing something. Like you know, someone's asked me, hey, what, you know, what does this look like? What does that look like? Or whatever. But I've never just like done that kind of like, hey, you know, share that I'm at the Leaning Tower of Pisa or whatever. I've never actually been there, but you get what I mean. Cairo knows what I look like. Cairo is like the one person for my stream I think that knows what I look like. I literally don't care if people know what I look like. You know, I'm not self-conscious, so it's not a big deal. The only reason I have not shown what I look like is because half my audience doesn't want me to. I forgot to cast my fucking... Oh, God. Anyway, half my audience doesn't want to know what I look like, and half my audience does. And it's a real conundrum. right? This is legitimately something I'm not sure what to do about, because there are some games and things that I could stream that I think are enhanced by, you know, seeing what I look like, you know, like expressions and whatnot. I'm a very expressive chat, I'm gonna blow your mind. I'm a pretty expressive guy. Can you fucking imagine? I'm not really reserved. Crazy. Anyway, but you know, there's a lot of, you know, like personality and fun you can have with just like how you move your eyebrows, and you know, sometimes not saying something is better, right? And things like that. So a lot of things I think really could be enhanced by, you know, showing what I look like. But at the same time, and I totally get this because I've had this experience, right? Sometimes it's fun when you kind of have your own mental image of someone and you never actually know what they look like, and it's more of a persona or what have you. You know, there's some people I've watched on YouTube that have never shown their face, and it's actually kind of awesome, right? So it depends, right? There's because if I show myself, what I look like is never going to match what literally anyone thinks I look like. Well, except for maybe like that Bob, right? Every once in a while you have that one guy that's like, oh yeah, no, that's what I thought he looked like. You know, that does happen occasionally, but that's very rare. And yeah, I don't know. There's pros and cons to both, right? There's very large pros and cons, I would say, to both. And I don't know what I want to do about it moving forward, because like I said, there really are times where, you know, a picture is worth more than any, you know, words ever could be, right? And that can definitely happen with streaming and video games. So I don't even know if my Switch me is accurate to what I look like or not. I don't know. I don't even remember what it looks like. I'm not sure. I remember there used to be like an avatar thing on like Xbox. That when I played that when I was like a teenager, that was quite accurate to what I looked like. But that was when I was a teenager, and that was very different from like a me. Yeah, if I said it was, then it probably, I imagine I at least did, like, because I have short hair, glasses, you know, I'm tall, fairly skinny, and that kind of thing, and I would imagine I would at least do that. Dude, I never want to grow my hair out, ever. I have just no interest in doing it at all. So when I was really young, really young, you know, when I didn't have control of my haircut, right, your parents do. At first, I had a bowl cut, which, because of course, right, it was just the worst. But I remember there was, because my family used to be like this fucked up religious cult, great times that. But there was like I think there was like a lice scare, like some people in the group had lice or something. And so my mom, this is when I was like, you know, 9, maybe 10, I don't know, I was quite young. My mom like freaked out and cut all of our hair super short. And so I just had like buzzed hair, and ever since then, even after that scare, I just wanted to keep my hair that way, and they let me. And then when I was older, then I had control of it, and I just kept it that way. And I've really never diverged from that in any major way. I pretty much always just had really short hair, and I'm always completely okay with it because it's not in the way. You know, you don't get hotter when it's summertime. You know, if I need to wear like a helmet for like biking or something, not a problem. Doesn't get stuck in things. Doesn't take a long time to wash. It's all, and I can cut it myself, right? Maintaining like a really short, you know, hair, like a buzz or even a little bit more than that, either way. That's so easily maintained, right? You literally just buzz everything. You don't have to even look at a mirror. I can cut my hair without a mirror, right? It's not even a problem. It's super easy. And it's so convenient. I love it. So I've like no intentions of ever changing it. I can use my hair as a scarf. That's true. That is true, but that's a lot of work still for that trade-off. That is a positive. I can imagine in winter, right? You get a free scarf. That's not so bad. But see, I would be like, I'll just buy a scarf. I have a green scarf, chat. Okay, I got like a black jacket and a green scarf. It's awesome, right? So I'm good. I guess then you can have 2 scarves, right? But I know some people hate short hair, and they're like, I could never, like, I have friends that like, I could never imagine having that shorter hair. It feels so empty and so on. And that's fine, I get it. I totally get that it's not for everybody. But, I'm a big fan. Yeah, music is looping. Good song, though. Fishy, that's awfully specific. That is awfully specific, Fishy. I can't even imagine Omega with that emote, that's pretty good. Dude, Blob Dance though is just, it's 10 out of 10, man. Blob Dance is one of my favorite emotes, and it's definitely my favorite emote for like that vibe. It's super good. Oh my god, the Rue one though is really good too. That's a whole different energy. What I love about the Rue one is you can have like a bunch of people posting emotes that are like your typical, you know, Blob Dance style emotes, or, you know, Rainbow Please and that kind of stuff, right? And they're kind of in a certain style. And then you've got like just chaos with the Rue one, right? It's like, it's just everything's gone wrong here. It's like, I fit in, right, guys? Blob emotes really are top tier, though. They really are incredible. And then Rat Jam. I love Rat Jam. That's a classic right there. I truly, this is not copium, I truly have enjoyed, as I've gotten older, because when I was like a teenager, emotes didn't really exist. That wasn't a thing. But it is like emojis or emotes, or even call them, and then like the development of them with Twitch, and because what's really crazy about them, because Twitch became like a business, right? You know, people make money through streaming. So people take it more seriously, and there's like industry behind it to a certain extent. So you have like artists getting paid money to make the best emotes humanly possible. So people get really good at it, right? And so you have these just insanely good emotes to just describe different emotions and, you know, vibes and, you know, moments in chat and whatnot. And so you just have this incredible diversity and just such well-made emotes. It's absolutely fantastic. Like I love it to death. I know, emotes is why Twitch is worth a damn, 100%, right? If YouTube could get their emote game on par, YouTube would be the better streaming experience, just straight up, right? There's a bigger audience there, it already has a bigger audience, and like the rest of their interface is fine. I mean, like, I remember I did I think 2 streams on YouTube ever before I was a Twitch partner, and I had like more views there than I like really ever get over here. And because just the audience is bigger, right? And the UI is fine, you can interact with the chat just fine, but the emote game is not good, right? The emote game is not good. And the notification system's not very good either, I will say that. It's hard to you don't have like a little tab you can just see who's streaming like you can on Twitch and things like that. It's kind of just blended in with the regular video content, and it's kind of tricky to find streams on YouTube, even of people you like, and that's kind of an issue. But if YouTube ever gets like their shit sorted, where they get a good emotes, the thing is, YouTube is afraid. They literally are too chicken shit to have an emote game like Twitch does. They're okay with you having emotes on your channel and your channel only, because they actually already have that. But you can't use them on other channels, and that ruins it, right? That ruins it. That's like the whole draw. I was like, I'm gonna take these emotes from this streamer I like and go share them on these other streams, and you know, other people won't even know what these emotes are, and you can just surprise people and have unique reactions and everything, and it's great. It's legitimately great. But you can't do that on YouTube, and they won't let you because they're afraid someone's gonna make, you know, they don't want to curate it, and they don't want to deal with, you know, like troll emotes and, you know, Hitler emotes or whatever, and so they're too chicken shit to do it. I really do think that's why their emote game is so much worse. I know you can see where emote comes from, but you still get, when you first see it, you're still like, whoa, what's that, right? You still see like just crazy nonsense, and you know, people literally have emotes to like express themselves that are actually different, right? Like that's why it's good to have like good emotes. That's why I need to actually up my emote game, because different people will like use Rue emotes because it's like it's so up their alley, right? And it's like Airy with the no one emotes and stuff, right? They really fit, you know, the kind of vibe Airy wants, right? And it actually fits the way she talks in chat versus like how Cairo talks in chat and stuff. You know, emotes actually give you a way to express yourself, right? It's kind of like Fashion Souls and Dark Souls and whatnot. That's good, right? It's nice, but YouTube don't have it, right? YouTube just don't have it. We're getting our remote game up though. We're getting there, right? I'm really happy with Soldier H, and I'm gonna like work with Airy more in the future when we got time, and we'll get some stuff sorted. Because I gotta say, Airy over the years has gotten really good at understanding just emotes, and I kind of had guessed this because you know, Airy's already good at art, obviously, but I kind of had figured Airy was like, just because is part of this whole culture thing. You know, paying attention to like what emotes are good, why people use them, why they don't use them, what sticks, what doesn't stick, and kind of just knows what works. So yeah, as time goes on, I think Aery's gonna have a pretty OP emote game. It's pretty exciting. Yeah, I love Soldier H, dude. It's great. Okay, I think, did I do that stage enough? I feel like I didn't. I think I need to do it one more time. I just need to figure out what I want to do. Like, I can't decide if I want to have like a lot of uniform emotes or not. I think I probably should, because I think having a lot of uniform emotes really is a good way to make, like, if you find a good theme, it gets a lot of people to want to use those emotes, right? And that's good, right? I want people to feel like they're getting, you know, value out of the emotes, right? And I definitely want to have a few, you know, off emotes, you know, like a unique character that fits that one emote, and that's fine. But I do want to have some kind of uniform to it, just so I think it's easier to have like stuff that people really like. Like, oh yeah, like this whole set of emotes that, you know, are all good, right? And are all the thing that I like. It's a fun thing though. Actually, I've loved figuring out some of these emotes. It's been really fun to do. I'm really looking forward to it, actually. Because we have quite a few emote slots now, so. You see, as cool as it would be to have all 100 face emotes, if you really, I mean, you could do it, right? If you got really smart with like the art style. But that would be hard, right? That's not a super popular character, and it'd be kind of hard to fit the style. But you could do it. Like, you could do it. I've seen people turn almost anything into like a good style that can work. But that would be hard. Yeah, making the most of the space is huge, because it's not just about like proportions and stuff. It's literally about like how close is the face to the quote-unquote camera, if you will. Like, how zoomed in is it? Because you got to be zoomed in enough that you can really see the expression or whatever it is, but it can't be so close that all you see is like their nose, right? You gotta actually, you know, find like the right balance, and that's hard. I think that's one of the hardest things about emotes, is finding where to put the goddamn camera. It's huge, or the perspective, if you will. Because you got to show enough that you can see, you know, who it is and what it is and what they're doing, but then it has to be close enough that, you know, it's clear. I don't even know why I'm casting Spartacus's battery. We don't need it. I keep forgetting to get NP gain on Cleo, and then so I don't have enough when I get there. I should just give Cleo like K-scope, and then I want to deal with this. I think she has Soccer as CE right now. There's somewhere I can go where I can see the statistics on emotes. I'll have to look, but that'd be interesting to see. I suspect, for like the sub emotes, not for the other ones, I suspect like the Rage one is up there, the Salute, Sip, and then Soldier H is doing pretty good these days. Those are probably the ones that do the yeah. Oh god, it's crazy, the evolution of that. Man had the glow up of the century, indeed. I'm glad. I remember when I was talking to Aery about that, I kind of knew what she was going for off that picture. I kind of got it, but I was really struggling to know. I can kind of see the helmet. I think I know the perspective. I wasn't really sure, so I needed some extra drawing there to get to be sure of what the hell is going on. I'm really happy with it. I'm so happy with Soldier H, because I think it works as like a hyper emote even if you don't know the meme, and that's what I wanted. And it's gonna be hard, and I'm looking forward to seeing what we get, because I haven't even seen like the mock-ups or outlines yet. But Leo Cards is coming, right? We're gonna have a proper version of Leo Cards, and I'm not gonna spoil it. I'm not gonna say like what kind of emote it's gonna be beyond the cards, but I'm hoping we're gonna be able to get like a good emote that you would use even without the card part of it, right? That's the goal. And Aries got a really good idea, so I'm excited to see it. Like I'm so excited. I seriously can't wait to see how that turns out. Yeah, no rush. Literally no rush. I am all about, like, you know, not rushing that kind of stuff. Quality over quantity here. And we do need to do a blind emote. People have been wanting a blind emote for so long. We really do need to do that. We need a blind emote, and we gotta redo our wave emote. Our wave emote is bad. It's low tier. It's not good. Nobody uses our wave emote, and I don't really blame them. It's hard. It's super hard to tell it's even a fucking wave, right? So we gotta completely redo our wave here. Bane Scath emote. That'd be good for like a muted emote, right? You could kind of do it that way, like the Rue Glue thing. I don't know how you would do a throw emote. I'm sure there's a way. And Maniac has made some absolutely yeet, like the table yeet. Maniac has made some pretty incredible emotes. Like a lot of our emotes in FFZ are for Maniac. Dude, these two right here that I just posted, those are great. That Fluffy emote is just the best fucking thing, dude. And it's used all the time. My god, that is used a lot. And Fluffy is just such a likable character. Okay, boys, I think we'll wrap up here. It's getting crazy late. I've been streaming for 5 hours. I don't even know how that happened, but I guess we'll do the Liz event tomorrow up to the time lock, and then we'll just go back to Saber Wars or something. I don't even know. Maybe we'll fight Richard. I don't know. We'll mix it up. But JP event kind of garbage. Let's see if there's anybody to raid here. I'm assuming Cairo is not streaming. He is not. Feels bad. What do we got here? We'll hit up the Phantom guy. He's probably doing Saber Wars. So we will do that. Sadly, nothing to see on JP, so. Alright, boys. Go get him. I will see you all tomorrow, and peace.